with one. That's one wife right here. Go ahead. Let's see if there's any more.
And they twain shall be one flesh.
So now twain shall be one flesh. We're going to read to the next verse. We're going to go to the next verse, but I want to ask you a question. How many wives? No, go ahead. Keep reading. Keep reading. I'll ask it in a second. Keep reading.
And they twain shall be one flesh. Wherefore they are no more twain, but one flesh.
So that's not my question. We're going to have that as a follow-up question. I just want to get to the specific question I got to ask. I always wanted to ask this question. Go ahead, read.
What therefore God have joined together, let no man put asunder.
Okay, keep reading.
They say unto him, why did Moses then command to give a writing of divorcement and to put her away? He saith unto them, Moses, because of the hardness of your hearts, suffered you to put away your wives.
Keep reading.
But from the beginning, it was not so.
So my question to you right now, before I ask the main question, who is that? What is that not so?
Or brothers putting away their wives?
Yeah, it says in the beginning it was not so. What was that what was being referred to there?
I don't know. Can you tell me yours?
You are familiar with Adam and Eve, right?
Cont, yes.
Okay. All right, I'm about to ask my question. How many wives did Adam have?
You talking to only one? God, the Most High made him one.
Okay. I'm about to give you something. Go to Genesis 2 and 23.
Sure.
Because I want to. That is an aspect of the question, but I'm about to give you the main question right here. Read this.
Genesis chapter 2, verse 23. And Adam said, this is now bone of my bones, and flesh of my flesh.
Stop. Do you know how what happened for Eve to come to existence? She was taken from whom?
Of course, Adam.
Okay, what was taken from Adam?
See it.
No. What was taken from Adam? No.
Of course.
What was taken from Adam?
Okay.
What? Hold on. I didn't hear you.
His rib. To answer your question,
no. Was it multiple ribs or it was a rib?
It was a rib.
He didn't take out 5 ribs?
Go ahead.
3? 2?
No.
It was 1?
It was just 1.
Huh? So why wasn't more ribs taken out?
Ooh. Pick me. I can't answer that.
Damn.
Pick me.
Can you answer your question again? I'm sorry.
Whoa. I just thought it was simple. Did he take out more than 1 rib?
And I said no, he only had 1.
Why?
I don't know. That was the Most High God's prerogative.
That's crazy, right? That's crazy, right, yo, son? That's crazy, right? Oh, what the hell?
I've been waiting for that answer for a long time.
All right, everybody want to. Everybody want to have a turn. Bro, come on, man. I feel like
go back. No, you didn't like that question. Let's go back.
No, I didn't say I didn't like it, brother. I'm laughing with y'all.
Okay.
All I'm saying is, can I get off by asking my last?
No, hold on. Hold on, bro. Hey, yo, you can't just move away from that right there. So when it says in Matthew 19:8, when it says, read it again, reader.
Matthew chapter 19, verse 8. He saith unto them, Moses, because of the hardness of your hearts, suffered you to put away your wives.
So hold on, and I'm just a follow up. So it wasn't a man with wives, or was it multiple men that had their own wife?
Brother, y'all gonna keep asking me the same question, and I'm gonna give you
No, this
the
is a.
same
I
answer.
don't know what was asked before, but I don't know. This I've been just waiting to ask this question. So when you see that word wives right there, with the understanding that we just brought out, where it says, "But from the beginning it was not so," reading comprehension tells you that it was a man and his wife, man and his wife, man and his wife. All right.
Brother, what
And
I'm
so
saying,
now when you go up a couple verses, let's go back to verse 4, reader.
Verse 4. And he answered and said unto them, have ye not read that he which made them at the beginning made them male and female?
So now we have understanding that male and female mean there was a man for a woman, a man for a woman, a man for a woman. Keep reading.
And said, for this cause shall a man leave father and mother,
So a man, singular, shall leave what? His father and mother, read.
and shall cleave to his
And
wife,
cleave to his wife. Keep reading.
and they twain
Hold
shall.
on, twain, two. Not one plus 1 plus 2 plus 3 plus 5. It didn't say any of that. It says twain. It's talking about two parts. Go ahead, read.
Shall be one flesh.
One flesh, because two makes one in this case. Go ahead, because guess what? What did we read earlier? Bone of my bone and flesh of my flesh. So it's returning to what we had in the beginning. Read.
Wherefore they are no more twain,
So there's no more two.
but one flesh.
They're bone of bone and flesh of flesh. Read.
What therefore God have joined together,
So what had joined together through the laws of Moses of marriage, now they're what? Joined together as what? One flesh. Read.
let not man put us under.
Hey, don't let your wicked penis separate you. Sorry. You can't, come on, y'all can't make this up. Mute my mic.
can I
Yeah,
ask my
man.
last question, Shamar?
You got it,
And
Shamir.
Hey,
Shamir, can I ask
brother,
my last
listen.
question?
Listen, what you should do, and I'm gonna let you. I'm gonna let you ask your last question. But what you should do right now, bro, is really chew the cud on this, because that whole doctrine of multiple wives showed that in the first 5 books. Look, there are black Hebrew Israelites that say that, and it just goes to prove. I've been thinking this for a long time. Black Hebrew Israelites are the same as Christians. They're the same because they nitpick and find certain things that they want to isolate to try to make a doctrine out of, rather than following what the Bible actually says. Okay? When we read 1 Corinthians 7 and verse 2, it says, let every man have his own wife. You agreed he's not sharing his wife with anyone. That's what you said. You didn't add. You didn't say, can I expound? You didn't do any of that until we read the next part where it said, let every woman have her own husband, which means what is said for the first and what's understood of the first would reflect what's understood about the second part of that. Then at that point, you wanted to expound, you wanted to say some other stuff. Bruh, you cannot have your cake and eat it too. You understand? I think you should really just chew the cud on this and just sit back and not fight it. Don't fight it, bruh. Just let it happen. Just let it happen. You'll be okay. You'll live. This too shall pass. The lust of having multiple women will pass, brother. All right? If you continue to fast and pray and apply the commandments of God with the faith of Christ. So stop listening to Black Hebrew Israelites, man. And yeah, I'm gonna mute up. That's crazy.
Okay, for one, to expound on that, brother, I only got one wife. So, like they say, it's better to understand before you start rebuking. You keep,
I didn't
I felt
say
like that
that
was
you
a
have
verse.
more than one.
Hell no, don't do that.
I
Okay,
didn't
okay.
say you have more than one.
Salakia,
You
forgive
were. Go ahead, A1.
me.
Uh, I'm
Can,
looking at.
can I
Okay,
ask my last question and I'll be
yes,
going?
yes. Go ahead. Ask your question, sir. Ask your question.
Okay, can y'all give me your exegesis or breakdown, however you want to put it, on Exodus chapter
We
21
don't X out
and verse.
Jesus. We
Okay,
don't
okay,
X him
sorry,
out. You said we
sorry,
don't X
sorry,
him out. Go
sorry,
ahead.
sorry. Salakia, can you give me your understanding on Exodus 21? And you can start at verses 11 and 12, or you can read. Well, I just wanted to hear y'all understanding on it. Verse, if I'm not mistaken, I think it starts at 10 and 11. Yeah,
Well, make sure.
Ex-
Make sure.
Exodus 21, Exodus 21 verses 10 and 11.
Yes, sir. Exodus chapter 21, verse 10. If he take him another wife, her food, her raiment, and her duty of marriage shall he not diminish. Verse 11. And if he do not these three unto her, then shall she go out free without money.
Okay. Go ahead and ask your question concerning it.
No, I was just saying, give me your understanding on what it's saying.
Okay. I'm gonna help you out. Let's go to Matthew, because remember, they brought out how Christ came to magnify the law. Okay. So let's read Matthew chapter
Hey,
19
I'm
and verse
sorry. I'm
8.
sorry. I'm sorry.
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
Can I just bring this out, Shamir? Because I'm in
Yes,
traffic.
sir.
Y'all might lose me. What a lot of Black Hebrew Israelites like to do, like for instance, Moses gave laws on when they were at war and they saw a captive. Okay, there were conditions at that time that were not conducive to how we are right now. You niggas are not at war. And the reason why him bringing out that the law had to be magnified, there was a lot of stuff he was doing in the Old Testament that was wrong. So we just with it at that moment. But as the church was refined through the teachings of Christ, because that's why Paul said, be ye followers of me as I am of Christ, and keep the ordinances that I delivered unto you. Like, for instance, you Black Hebrew Israelites, y'all like to go to camp with baseball caps and do-rags. And then Paul says, don't go and prophesy or pray with your head covered. But a nigga will go into the Old Testament and say, but they have meat trees. So it's the same thing you're doing right now. You're looking for shit in the Old Testament. There were men buying women back then, okay? And paying for prostitution. So it's the same thing GMS does with rape, where when Benjamin was almost wiped out at war, they was in evil, and then they went and they got the daughters of Shiloh to become their wives because the other tribes made an oath, we're not giving you our women. So a lot of y'all like to take stupid shit from the Old Testament when niggas was wicked and try to apply it now because you hate Christ. That's what you're doing right now. You're showing your hatred of Christ. Christ gave instructions to reform the church. You going into the Old Testament to do shit to suit your lusts. So I just want to make that clear that whatever we show to you, you're going to try to find something in the Old Testament when Israel was wicked to justify your lust right now that you have. That's why we call y'all Black Hebrew Israelites. You men are evil. You're just black men with Bibles who don't want to refine yourself in the teachings of Christ. So you're searching for things in the Old Testament when Israel was clearly wicked. Solomon going and having sex with so much women is wicked. King David going after Bathsheba, wicked. Okay? What's his name? That slept with the prostitute with that. She disguised herself as a prostitute and gave her the bracelets. And then he wanted her killed afterwards. He was wicked. You niggas will go and look at wicked shit in the Old Testament or when the men were off to try to bring it up to now because you don't believe on the reformation of the church in Jesus Christ. So you're going to keep looking for scripture after scripture. If a man have two wives, if he take another wife, you don't give a shit about what Christ says. And that's why you niggas are going to die because you refuse to comply. Moderator, I'll mute my mic. Do what you like.
Hey man, yo, yeah, man, and that was a mouthful right there. What he said is 100% right because Moses, what was given to the children of Israel during that time. Remember, the first generation didn't make it out. Okay, they was wicked as hell.
Hey,
So there
Shamir,
was,
Shamir.
yes sir, yes
The
sir.
nigga with the Chinese woman. Oh, but Moses had an Ethiopian woman.
Oh my
You
God.
don't hear that shit? They're always gonna go
Yeah.
and look for something else at a time when there were conditions was different. Moses was away from Israel for 40 years. A nigga that don't want to put away his heathen wife will go, well, what about Moses? Well, what about Ruth? As if that was law. Y'all taking conditions and try to apply them now as law because you niggas are wicked. You hate the teaching. You hate the reformation of Jesus Christ. I could give you so much examples. Okay, another Israelite group. Well, it says that if you see a beautiful woman among the captives, nigga, you ain't at war. You wicked nigga. Example that they go because they hate Jesus Christ. So I just want the audience to see no matter what answer we give them, they don't believe on Jesus Christ. And that's why Shamir said, you are no different from the wicked Christian now. You are the same as these wicked black Christians. Like that nasty Jamaican woman this morning that told me to go and suck my mother because he was telling her there's nowhere in the Bible that says for you to celebrate Jesus Christ's birthday. And she got angry and said, go suck your mother. You know different. You're just going to keep searching the scriptures for conditions and traditions rather than the remission of the church under Jesus Christ. Moderator, I'll mute my mic. Go ahead, Shamir.
Yes sir, yes sir. Hey, that's it right there. So Gideon, look, I'm just gonna pull one scripture so you can see why there were certain things that were given to the Israelites. All right, during the time of Moses, Matthew 19 and verse 8.
Yes, sir. Matthew chapter 19, verse 8. He said unto them, Moses, because of the hardness of your hearts, suffered you to put away your wives. But from the beginning it was not so.
So because of the hardness of their heart, that's what y'all don't understand. There was laws given to the children of Israel because of the hardness of their heart. Hey Gideon, let me ask you a question. Who was initially supposed to be the king of Israel? Let me ask you that.
From my understanding, I thought it was always Christ.
Okay, very good. From the beginning, right? In the
Yeah,
Old
from the
Testament,
beginning.
correct?
Con.
Okay, good, 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 good. Now, let's read this. Deuteronomy chapter 17. And let's read verse 15.
Deuteronomy chapter 17, verse 15. Thou shalt in any wise set him king over thee, whom the Lord thy God shall choose. One,
Wait. Hold on a second. Yo, Gideon, I thought it was supposed to be Christ. It is supposed to be Christ. But the problem is that the hardness of Israel's heart, they wanted to live like the other nations. They wanted to put a king over them. And the Lord already knew that they were going to do that. So he gave them child-proof laws on, okay, since you're going to do this anyway, this is how it needs to be done. Same thing with marriage, bro.
So would you
Same thing
say
with having a wife.
Exodus 21, what I just gave you, is that a child-proof law where it's saying that he's taking another wife?
Yes.
Gotcha.
Because from the beginning, it was what? The brother Yosef already read it to you.
Oh, you talking about with Adam and Eve?
Yes, from the beginning, it was
Oh,
what?
okay. Well, can I give my understanding so you would know what I?
Can you just quote what the Bible says?
Yeah, I'm saying it. I thought my understanding was the beginning is when Exodus, like the days of Egypt or whatever. I thought it was talking about that beginning with Israel.
No, it's
I didn't
talking
know it
about
was talking
Adam and
about the
Eve.
beginning of Adam and
The
Eve. Oh,
context, the
okay, sorry.
context is literally, it's quoting Genesis. A man shall leave his father and mother and shall cleave to his own wife, and they twain shall be one flesh. That is quoting Genesis. Literally. Genesis chapter 2.
Excuse me. Isn't Exodus a full 50 chapters after Genesis?
Let's not, I don't want to get into semantics. I want to keep him focused. Hold on, Baptist. So, Gideon, do you understand that what was just quoted right now, the context is talking about Genesis? Let's go there. Genesis chapter 2, and let's read verse 23 and 24.
Genesis chapter 2, verse 23. And Adam said, this is now bone of my bones and flesh of my flesh. She shall be called woman, because she was taken out of man. Therefore shall a man leave his father and his mother, and shall cleave unto his wife, and
Unto his
they,
what?
his wife,
Okay.
and they shall be one flesh.
They shall be one flesh. Isn't that what Matthew is quoting? Gideon? If you don't know, we'll get it.
So go ahead and get it. Go ahead and get it. So
Okay.
I pulled over, by the way. I was about to take notes on what you're saying.
Okay. All right. Good. All right, reader, go ahead and get that for him. Start at verse 8.
Yes, sir.
Matthew chapter 19 and verse 8.
Matthew chapter
No.
19,
I'm
verse 8.
sorry. Start at verse 4.
Matthew chapter 19, verse 4. And he answered and said unto them, have ye not read that he which made them at the beginning made them male and female?
So Christ is quoting Genesis. Have you not read? Because it's already written. So he's talking about things that they have at their disposal to read. Go ahead.
And said, for this cause shall a man leave father and mother, and shall cleave to his wife,
Mm-hmm.
and they twain shall be one flesh.
Twain, two. That's what Yosef read to you earlier. It's the same thing in Genesis. From the beginning. Read on.
Verse 6. Wherefore they are no more twain, but one flesh.
Mm.
What therefore God hath joined together, let no man put asunder.
Read on.
They say unto him, why did Moses then command to give a writing of divorcement?
Why did Moses command to give a writing of divorcement? Now, this doesn't only go for only that writing of divorcement, but this goes for other laws that we read about that may seem to contradict. They don't contradict. It's because of this point right here that Christ is about to elaborate on. Go ahead.
And to put her away. He said unto them, Moses, because of the hardness of your hearts, suffered you to put away your wives. But from the beginning, it was not so.
Moses, because y'all niggas was so wicked as hell, and all y'all want to do is just find some new JJ to mess with. He suffered y'all, and meaning allowed y'all to put away your wives. But from the beginning, it wasn't so, bro. Christ is telling them from the beginning it wasn't so. From the
Hey, let's
beginning, it was only. Go ahead, sir.
keep reading, Shamir.
Yes, sir. Keep reading.
Verse 9. And I say unto you, whosoever shall put away his wife, except it be for fornication, and shall marry another, committeth adultery.
So
Mm.
he was telling them, you cannot just put your wife away and move on to another woman. God is going to label you an adulterer. Read on.
And whoso married her which is put away doth commit adultery.
And that woman, because she got into a situation now and that man don't want her, she can't move away. She's an adulterer also. So this is Christ magnifying the law. God don't care about why you decide you don't want to be with her for you to go and get another wife. Okay? And you woman, God don't care about, oh, he left me, so I'm just gonna go and get some new penis. That don't matter. So this is Christ magnifying the law. But that's not the point I want to make. It is this. Read on.
His disciples say unto him, if the case of the man be so with his wife, it is not good to marry.
So why did he say, if the case be so of a man with his wife, it is not good to marry? It is not good to marry. Is he still there? Gideon, why did the
It, Con,
disciples say, after Christ magnified the law, it's best to stay single? I'm not going to get married. Why did they say that?
Salakia, I just made it to work. That's why I was trying to get knocked down earlier. I just made it to work, and I just wanted to say right quick, thank y'all, the water, for letting me up and speak with y'all, and speak on your room. But I
Uh,
do apologize. I didn't
all
have
right,
to go.
Gideon. We don't want you to lose your
And
job.
thank you,
We don't
family.
want you to lose your job. So just go to work. We're here till 12 noon. If you got a break, you could come back. All right?
Khan, and thank you again, family. Shalom.
Okay. Shalom. So, as I was saying before, when Christ magnified the law and they realized they was doing a lot of things that could cost them the kingdom. That's why they said it's not good to marry. Meaning if you attach yourself to the wrong woman, she could cost you the kingdom. If you attach yourself to the wrong man, he can cost you the kingdom. So Christ embodied what the kingdom was and how to make it in. You Negroes now, you don't believe in no kingdom. You don't believe in eternal damnation. Christ made it clear to them, this is not a game. This is not you just sticking your penis in some vagina, or you woman just riding some penis, because that's what's in your head. Christ magnified. He said, look, you're going to be labeled an adulterer, and an adulterer cannot get the kingdom of heaven. Get that? 1 Corinthians chapter 6, verse 9. In your head is nothing. So what? I was with him. We not together no more. I'm with my new nigga. Oh, I cut her off. She was wicked. I don't care about her. 1 Corinthians 6, verse 9.
1 Corinthians chapter 6, verse 9. Know ye not that the unrighteous shall not inherit the kingdom of God? Be not deceived, neither fornicators, nor idolaters, nor adulterers.
Which is what you people are that don't take this serious. They're talking about your multiple wives. You know how many stupid black Hebrew Israelite niggas I see that will call our school up and be like, yo, one of your wives is in my church. One of my wives is in your church. That's not right, Ak. You need to tell her to come back home to me. We just saw that with uh, the leader of the Israelite camp. A white dude is banging his wife. A white dude is banging his wife, and he's saying she needs to come back to him. You ain't getting no kingdom. You ain't getting no kingdom. You talking about a white dude is having sex with your wife. There's pictures of them on social media. Got your wife pregnant, and you talking about you want her back. And you stupid niggas is listening to that. You ain't getting no kingdom. So that's why the disciples said, if this is the case of a man with his wife, I'm not getting married, because they understood how getting into the wrong relationship is going to bring forth death. You will not inherit the kingdom of God. So is it worth having sexual relations at that moment for you to die in the end, for you to wind up not getting the kingdom? The men around Christ understood how serious it is. You black Hebrew Israelite niggas, you don't have a clue. So you're just going to keep searching the scriptures to present a situation that can cost you, that's detrimental to your salvation. You don't care. You put your penis before the kingdom. You don't care. You just want to please yourself right now. So that's why the disciples said, look, I didn't know it was this serious. Me hooking up with the wrong woman could cost me the kingdom. You women that think you can just move from man to man, he wasn't good to me, he mistreated me, he did this, that's your fault. You picked that nigga. Okay, just like the woman Marilyn that's typing in the chat, that earlier this morning, now she's saying that we're a cult and we're women beaters. She said that 12 minutes ago when I told her to come on stage. She's like, I gotta go to work. But she got time to type in the chat, we're women beaters and we're a cult. Her analogy when she was on 3 o'clock 1 o'clock in the morning, I forgot what time it was, she gave us an analogy of wicked niggas that mistreated her. And she tried to slap that label on all of us. That's your problem. You said you got married young. You picked a nigga that used you for your money. That's your problem. You picked bum ass niggas. And now you trying to make us in this room who's trying to define what righteousness, the cause of your problem, of your stupid mistakes. So she typed, oh, I'm going to work now. I can't talk. But she's in the chat typing that we're a cult and we're woman beaters. And I love going back and forth with you men. You didn't talk to me. I would have shut your bullshit down. I would have shut you down. The men were trying to be patient with you. You pick wicked niggas that abuse you, and that was your consequences of your actions for picking men that were not of God. Now men of God is telling you what the Bible got to say, and you still think you could do things your way. Okay? Come in this room again. You say you're going to come back tonight. I bet you I'm going to show you that you ain't right. But back to what this guy was trying to say. Pay attention. The people that are going into the Old Testament is to fulfill their lusts. And there's a lot of things we were doing back then that were not right. That's why Paul said, 1 Corinthians chapter 11, verse 1, read it, reader.
1 Corinthians chapter 11, verse 1. Be ye followers of me, even as I also am of Christ. Now I praise you, brethren, that ye remember me in all things, and keep the ordinances as I delivered them to you.
Why is he delivering ordinances to them? Okay, because the men were out of order. Read on.
But I would have you know that the head of every man is Christ, and the head of the woman is the
Hey,
man.
hey, somebody send Melissa Legger an invite. This guy is nonstop accusing. Who is the accuser? Your sermon is not holy. We don't understand typing. If you come and you speak, you verbalize what you're saying, we won't have to take what you're saying. Okay, other than that, don't type in the chat and make things up. Okay, so Paul reformed the church under Christ. Watch this, read on.
But I would have you know that the head of every man is Christ, and the head of the woman is the man, and the head of Christ is God.
First thing he did was set the order up, because you women are disrespectful and you don't know how to respect men. Read on.
Every man praying or prophesying, having his head covered, dishonoreth his head.
Why did he have to say that? Because they were doing that in the Old Testament. They had mitres on. They had their head covered. A black Hebrew Israelite would say, I don't believe that. Paul made that up. So I could show you many things that Paul instructed the men to do that they disrespect Paul and say, we're not listening to Paul. Okay, from marriage to this right here with the head covering, to putting fringes on your clothes, to keeping the Sabbath, to the dietary law. All your black Hebrew Israelites do is go into stuff to try to say, no, 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 but what about this? But what about that? The bottom line is you don't respect or believe on salvation in Jesus Christ. Moderator, I mute my mic.
Sheesh. I don't know what else y'all need, man. I don't know why brothers do this to themselves, man. It's like, why? 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 Just sit back and just listen and soak in the information. Because what you've been told by these other BHI, aka Reformed Christian groups, is a bill of goods. It's lies. All right. So y'all need to humble down and just follow the commandments of God. That's it. Real easy. Real easy. Hey, shalom, Dan the man. Shalom, YP.
Shamir, shalom, shalom.
Sure, sure.
A1, shalom, sir. Most High in Christ bless. Silver, Wagwan.
Oh, he get a special shalom. Damn. Okay, no, that's cool. I'll remember that for next time.
Hey, shalom, shalom. Yo, cut that out, man. Shemay, you already know why, man.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. No, it's all good. All praise to the Most High. I'm not even supposed to be on tonight, man. But all
Yo,
praises
most
to
not
the
right.
Most High. Yeah, all praises. All
Hey,
praises.
Shamir,
Yes, sir.
you know the crazy thing about it is, when Black Hebrew Israelite brothers run to Exodus 21 and then isolate 10, but remember the context in itself is a man dealing deceitfully with a woman that he marries. But if we could read 9, um, read 9 real quick. Read 9 and 10.
Exodus 21, verse 9. And if he have betrothed her unto his son, he shall deal with her after the manner of daughters. If he take him another wife, her food, her raiment, and her duty of marriage, he shall he sh- shall he not diminish.
So it was going over how he should deal with his wife after dealing deceitfully with her, and then him betrothing his wife, this first wife, to his son, and that wife becoming a daughter to him. And then it says if he takes another wife, meaning he can't deal deceitfully like he dealt with the first wife to that other wife that he takes. So from verse 9 going to verse 10, how many wives do he have? He still has one because he betrothed the other one to his son. So I don't know. I'm confused. Am I reading it correctly?
I'm confused, man.
I'm confused.
Explain it. Explain it again, because I am confused. I'm confused. I'm from Memphis. I'm confused.
I don't know what brothers talk about, man. I can't count.
Hey, Elias said y'all reading it wrong. Send him an invite.
Accept the invite.
All right, Elias, you up on stage. You up on stage. What was your
Peace to
comment in the chat?
the comment there as. All right, give me 1 second. Let me put on the headset. Give me 1 second.
You gotta put on the whole headset for this? I heard you perfectly fine. I hope when you put on the headset it don't get bad and now you're all choppy and you sound muffled. I hope it don't happen like that. I want you to be able to get it out.
Right, it's not going to be bad. You just can't slow your chickens in the back, bro.
Give us the context. That's what we need.
Give us the
Okay, so
context.
let's go read it. Who's the reader?
Whatever the reader is, just say what scripture you want to go to, and we'll go there.
You go back to the same scripture that was read
Okay.
in Exodus.
Exodus 21 verse 9. And if he have betrothed her unto his
Start
son.
start from one, buddy. Let's get
Verse
some context.
verse
But
1.
let me get to it.
Oh,
Let me get to it.
it's
Let me get to it.
context. Let's
Now,
do
Yeah,
Or
it.
man.
start from 7. Start from 7.
verse 7.
Give me 1 second. Let me get there. 1 second. 1 second. 1 second.
Man, hey, I'm actually
Bruh,
righteously jealous.
if he can't get them roosters quiet, we're not doing this, bro. Talk to your roosters. Talk to your roosters, man.
Oh, you can
Yo,
still hear
I was
those
about to
stairs?
say the same thing. Hey, what? I'm like, I'm righteously jealous. He got animals in the backyard.
It sounds like they're
Dude.
going, shut the hell up. Shut the hell up.
Yeah, go ahead.
Exodus 21 verse 7. And if a man sell his daughter to be a maidservant, she shall not go out as the manservant do. If she please not her master, who have betrothed her to himself, then shall he let her be redeemed. To sell her unto a strange nation he shall have no power, seeing he have dealt deceitfully with her. And if he have betrothed her unto his son, he shall deal with her as the manner of daughters. If he take him another wife, her food, her raiment, and her duty of marriage, shall he not diminish?
You're on
Right,
it.
so you should have diminished.
Explain it.
Okay, good. So this goes back to the question I was asking in the chat. What do you guys constitute or definition of marriage is?
You explain this here. We're not. This is what you said that was broken down wrong. Explain this right here. Don't ask us about
Eh,
definition of marriage. Explain this
Okay,
here. This is why you was called up.
no problem. So betrothing a wife and you have not slept with her. You have dealt treacherously with your wife because you betrothed her, but you have not touched her. This goes back to Deuteronomy chapter 22 from verse 13 when it was being explained about from verse 13 all the way to 28 or 29, what is explaining what the Moses sees as a marriage. So Deuteronomy 22 from 13 to 29 gives us the law on what marriage is. So we also know when you betroth a woman, she is also considered your wife. But you have not touched her, you have not humbled her, you have not slept with her. So now she can be betrothed to a son because you have not touched her. It also goes back to with Jacob when who did that touch slept with David, but we basically raped Jacob's wife, and then he never touched her again because we got to understand what marriage is
Wait,
and what the foundation of marriage is.
he never touched
Because
her
when
or
a
what?
man,
He never touched her what?
he never touched her again, he never slept with her again.
Oh,
Jacob,
wait, but what? So to say again means he slept with her once before, right?
he, it was his wife, and his son
Oh,
raped her basically.
okay.
So
So
now she
you're
had
trying to.
to take.
So wait. You're trying to
Mhm,
compare this. I'm going off of what you're saying here because I listened
mhm.
intently. So you're trying to compare this with a man who's never touched his wife ever?
Yes,
How is that the
who have
same?
never have sex with his
Amazing.
wife. I'm
How is that
showing
the
you
same?
the it is the same because that is what Exodus 21 is referring to. This guy
But
betrothed this
sir,
woman.
sir, but you said
Hmm.
you compared it to a story in the scriptures, right? A, a,
Hmm.
a historical story where a man never
Mm-hmm.
touched his wife again, meaning he had touched her
Mm-hmm.
once before. So
Mm-hmm.
once he touches her, and he means he had done what? You said the word. Starts
Okay.
with an H.
So okay, no problem. The comparison comes in
No, 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 no,
where
no.
you talking about humbling
He
her?
touched his wife. Yes, he
Uh-huh.
humbled her. So you can't
Mm-hmm.
compare a man humbling a woman to a man who's never humbled a woman.
Okay, this is the comparison I'm trying to make. The comparison I'm trying to make here
Oh
is
Lord.
we have a woman who has not been humbled, so then she
You
could be
literally
betrothed
just told
again.
him you can't compare it, and he said, "I'm going to compare
I'm
it."
just like, well,
Oh,
I'm trying to figure this out. What's happening right now?
So again, you have a woman who has not been humbled, she can be betrothed again. Compared to a woman who has already been humbled, cannot be betrothed or be married again,
okay.
as
All right.
long
So
as her husband
if
is
she
living.
can, if hold on, wait, if she can be betrothed again, so once she gets
Mhm.
betrothed again, right, and then
Mhm.
that man goes to get another wife, how many wives do he have?
Well, one.
Oh, okay. All right. I mean, my mic.
Oh shoot. Doom doom dum 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 bow 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 down. Hey, Elias.
Hmm.
Um, so what are you trying to prove here?
Well, my friend, I said it was being read wrong because it sounded. And again, this is what I kept asking. What are your guys' definition of marriage? I just came into the chat literally for the first time in this group. So I do
Okay,
not
so
know
you
what you guys
just
believe.
came in the chat and you was talking
Hmm.
ish in the chat.
What
You
ish?
read it
By saying it
wrong.
was breaking it down?
Well, you said you read it wrong. So you don't know what's going on. You don't know why we pulled what we pulled. You have no context. You have nothing to solidify anything of your point, your base. But we read it wrong, and now you're saying I just came into the room. I don't understand. Please explain.
Listen, listen. I came into the room. I heard the conversation going on with the brother. What's his name? The top on him.
Gideon.
Iwan or something. I can't remember. He was talking to the other brother. The other brother says he has to go. He's at work or so forth. So hence, from my understanding, from what was going on thus far, and then the Exodus 21 coming out, and then how it was explained, this is what it said. It was explained wrong. Yes, he still has one wife, but it goes a lot deeper than that. It
Wait.
goes away and
Okay, but
again.
listen, 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 listen,
Hmm.
listen, listen, listen. I don't think you understand what I just said to you right now. You just came in the room.
Hmm.
You heard a few things being said, and you want to speak on it, not having any context to what we already said or what was going on in the room. You have no idea what was going on, what we were talking to this brother about. Let me ask you this question. Should a man have one wife or two?
It depends.
Okay,
Dun
it
dun
depends.
dun.
Dun 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 dun. Dun.
We going back. We going back to the law and order.
We going back to the law and order, bro. Oh Lord. Okay, so you said it depends. What does it
Yep.
depend on?
If a man can meet the criteria where he could have more than one wife.
Okay, now let me ask you this question. From the beginning, was it so that a man would have one wife or multiple?
You're speaking about from the beginning, Adam and Eve beginning.
Of course.
Oh, but there's only one woman, so he could only have one.
Well, he made a woman from his rib. He could have took two or three ribs, right?
Yeah.
Did he do that?
Nope.
Okay, so from the beginning, how is it supposed to be?
So let me get this correctly. So your stance is a man can only have one wife?
I'm asking you a question. I mean, it's very simple. It's very, very
There was
simple.
only one woman. The Creator created man and one woman. There's
Okay,
no beating around the bush
he
on that.
created
Yeah.
he had a plethora of dirt to make more than one man, but he didn't. He made one. And then he had multiple ribs to make more than one woman, but he didn't. What did he make?
What do you mean by what did you mean?
Did he make Eve and Lilith, or did he make one wife? I'm just trying to figure this out, bro.
So he made Eve, and that was it.
Okay, so now when we read Christ speaking about this, and he says, from the beginning, it was not so, meaning the hardness of the heart. Go back to Matthew 19 and verse 8. Let's read that again.
Divorce, brother. He's speaking about divorce. A
Oh,
man
it's only,
cannot
wait.
put
I
away his
want to
wife.
make sure. I want to make sure it's
Hmm.
only about divorce.
Yep. A man cannot put
So
away his wife. Ever.
there's no other law that was created because of the hardness of Israel's heart. You know that first
Eh,
generation didn't make it in, right?
Yep.
So there's no other
So
law.
so how did you get here?
I'm just asking you a
No,
simple
we
question.
we being we being
Is there
realistic.
any
How
is there
how
is
did you
there
get here?
any I mean, is this the song How Did We Get Here? Nobody's supposed to be
No.
here. I tried to tell
How
you for the last
was
time.
it's
Huh?
how was the 12 tribes of Israel created?
Okay. That's great. Very good. I'm glad you asked that. How were they created? There was more than one woman. Now, let me ask you this. Did Jacob want more than one woman?
No, he didn't at first.
Okay. Wait. What do you mean at first?
So at first he wanted one wife at
Did he
first. He
did
was
he
he was tricked into
eventually
having two,
so
and then he had four.
are you saying that he eventually wanted more than one woman?
Yeah.
Show me that. Book chapter verse. Let's go.
Well, so you that. So we know he
No,
married
no,
Leah
no, no,
first.
no,
That
no,
was
no,
it.
no, no,
Hold
no,
on.
no, 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 no. Book, chapter, and verse, sir.
So question, because you wanna play pretty. Did
Sir,
Jacob marry Leah? Did
book,
Jacob marry
chapter,
Leah?
and verse. Show me
There is no
where
book,
he
chapter, and verse.
eventually wanted more than one wife.
There is no book, chapter, and verse that says Jacob wanted more than one wife. Just as there is
Oh, so
no
you just
book,
made that shit up.
chapter, and verse. No, I didn't.
So
No, I
you
didn't.
just made that up. Okay, so was Jacob upset that he got tricked?
Of course he was.
Wait, so
But
you
was not
mean
Leah his
so
wife?
wait. So if he was upset that he got tricked, that means he
You see,
didn't
this
want to get tricked, which
this
means he
dancing
didn't
around does not
want
serve you
more
well,
than
brother.
one wife. Correct
This
or
dancing
no?
around does not serve you well. So did he
Sir,
put away Leah?
I am not dancing,
No, sorry.
sir.
Let's be
You
practical, because you don't want to be
you
practical. You want
you
to
my
stick to your
friend,
guns.
you my
You want to
friend.
stick to your
I
guns or what you believe. You're not being
hold
practical.
on. Elias, just hold
Yeah,
on.
man.
We're gonna get to the
Yeah, go ahead.
Bible. We're gonna get to the Bible. But since we're
Hmm.
speaking about dancing shoes, do you know who Gregory Hines is?
Don't have a clue.
Okay, look him up. He was a famous tap dancer, sir, and you are tap dancing like him.
There's no top dancer here.
You are the greatest tap dancer in the world right now. So
So let me ask you a question before you go.
I'm gonna
So
I'm gonna
did
wait
Jacob?
Wait,
Go ahead.
wait, wait. I'm gonna
I put it on
ask
my
you. I'm gonna
PTR,
ask you
Shemay.
this. All praises, all praises. So let me ask you this. Okay, since we're talking about Jacob, did Jacob want more than one wife? Gregory,
Yes.
show me that in the Bible.
Brother, I said it does not say that verbatim in the Bible. He was
Oh,
tricked
so you're
into
adding
marrying
that.
Leah. Look, hold
So you're
on.
adding
Hold
that.
on. You can let me speak or no? Because it doesn't make sense if I don't get to speak.
Listen, I will let you speak, but I want you to know, since you said it's not in the Bible, you are clearly adding that.
No, it
Yes
isn't
or
in the
no?
word verbatim. No.
Huh? No, no, no,
So
no,
let me
no.
ask you this.
Any no,
Let
no,
me
no, no,
ask
no,
my
no. Wait,
question.
wait,
I
wait, wait,
said
wait,
no.
wait, wait, wait. Anything,
I said no.
anything giving that. No, no. Listen. Anything giving that essence or semblance that he wants more than one wife. Is there anything that says that?
It gives essence that he wanted more than one wife.
Okay, book, chapter,
Yes.
verse. Book, chapter, verse. Let's
Okay.
go.
So again, so let me ask my questions now, please.
No, show me the Bible verse, and then we'll go to your question.
I said to you from the beginning of this, it does not say
Show
verbatim
me the
that
Bible
Jacob,
verse. Show me the Bible
brother,
verse that has. Show me the Bible verse that has it in essence, and then we'll go to your question. So please show
brother,
me
I
that
told
Bible
you
verse.
from the beginning,
No,
there
no,
is
no.
no verse
Elias,
in the Bible. You
I'm not
listening?
looking for it
There
to
is
say
no
verbatim.
verse in
Listen,
the
listen,
Bible.
listen. Elias, Elias, I am not asking you to show me that verbatim. I'm saying anything that shows any kind of semblance of that.
So you're
Please
gonna make me speak now?
show me the Bible verse, book, chapter, and verse.
So you're gonna let me speak now?
Yes, if you give me the book, chapter, and verse.
The book, chapter, and verse is the same passage where he married Leah. Same as that
Where's that
passage.
at?
We are
Where's
not
that
going
at?
to know place
Where's
different.
that at? Where's that
One
at?
second.
Where's that at?
One second.
No, where is that at?
Give me 1 second.
Okay, let's go. Reader, get ready.
Okay, Genesis 29. Let's go.
Okay, Genesis 29.
Don't make out this Exodus 21 as yet. Exodus 21 and 10. That's my next point.
Exodus 21. Why you want to
Anyhow,
go to Exodus?
since
Jacob
no,
ain't
I tell
in
that's a note.
Exodus.
That's a note. That's a note to myself. I said, do not let me out. Exodus 21. I'm
Okay,
going back
okay,
there.
okay. I got you. I got you.
That was
Genesis
that
29 and
was a
verse
note
what?
as well. Give me 1 second. Right in there.
Note to self. Elias is full of sh.
Hmm.
Somebody write that
Not
down.
me, brother. You guys are
I wrote it
definitely
down
are.
for you.
Okay.
You guys have a point. I just want to stick to the point. Sorry, you don't even
Okay.
have a point.
I mean,
You just want to
you're the
stick to
one
your
who came.
guns.
You're the one who came in on the tail end of a conversation and wanted to judge the matter.
I'm glad. I, and it
That's
seems that I
funny.
have judged it correctly. It
Okay.
seems just that I have judged it
It
correctly.
seems like you have judged it
Hmm.
correctly. Okay. All right. Genesis 29 and verse what?
Yeah, I'm going to it. Give me 1 second. Phone is a bit slow.
I don't think it's the
It's not
phone.
the only thing that's slow.
Definitely, I could tell
No, I was talking about
because
my modem. My modem is
if you
slow.
could make the point.
It's
No, I
been
don't
slow
talk one
all
corners. I
night.
talk direct. I don't talk
Huh?
around corners. I talk pretty direct.
No,
So
I
you
was talking about
feel
my
free to talk
modem.
direct. But
My
okay,
modem is slow. It's been slow all night.
there's no problem. As I said, I don't talk on corners. I speak very directly.
Oh yeah,
So feel free to
finish
speak
reading
directly.
chapter 29 of Genesis. Just finish reading the entire chapter of Genesis 29. You find the verse.
So who's the reader? Who's the
Yes,
reader?
sir, TJ. We got you, sir. Well, look, just call the verse. Where you want to go?
I'm looking at it right now. Give me 1 second.
Oh, so you
So
don't know
let's see. Let
where
me
to
start.
go?
Let me start from verse 16. We can start from verse 16. It's
You
going
want
to
to
be a bit
start at
long, but start from verse
verse
16.
16?
Or you want to start from the beginning? Start from the beginning. It doesn't matter.
No, I'm asking you, like, where's your point?
Brother,
Get
my
to your
point I
point.
was making, you will not allow me to make my point. So
No,
now we are
your
going to do some
point
reading.
in the Bible, sir.
So
Where's
start
your
at verse
point in the
16.
Bible to show us that
Let's
Jacob
start.
wanted more than one wife?
So you can read it starting at verse 16 or
Okay,
not?
go
Or
ahead.
you just going to talk?
No, go ahead.
Genesis 29, verse 16. And Laban had two daughters. The name of the elder was Leah, and the name of the younger was Rachel. Leah was tender-hearted, but Rachel was beautiful and well-favored. And Jacob loved Rachel, and said, I will serve
Wait,
thee.
Jacob love who?
And Jacob loved Rachel, and
Huh?
Mm-hmm.
said,
Go ahead.
I will serve thee 7 years for Rachel, thy younger daughter.
Wait, he wanted to
Mm-hmm.
serve Laban how many years for Rachel?
7 years for Rachel.
Ooh, hey, that's love right there, bruh. That's some
Mm-hmm. Go ahead.
love right there. Especially especially at this point in time, considering the fact that, you know, you got to go through the father, like for real, to get to the daughter. That's love. Go ahead, read on.
And Laban said, It is better that I give her to thee than that I should give her to another man. Abide with me. And Jacob served 7 years for Rachel. And
Ooh,
they
wait, so wait, hold on. So Elias, 7 years have passed. Is he about to get
Mm-hmm.
Rachel?
Go ahead. Finish read. You
Oh,
want me
let's
to make
read.
my
Let's
point or
read.
you don't want me to make my point?
Let's see.
Okay, go
Let's
ahead.
see. Let's see. Let's see. Let's see what happens. Cause
and
I
they
don't
se-
know. I haven't read it. Go ahead.
and they seemed unto him but a few days, for the love he had to her. And Jacob said unto Laban, Give me my wife, for my days are fulfilled, that I may go unto her. And Laban gathered together all the men of the place, and made a feast. And it came to
Mhm.
pass in the evening that he took Leah his daughter, and brought her to him, and he went in unto her. And Laban gave unto
Wait,
his
whoa. Elias, what
Thank you for
happened?
stopping him. Thank you for stopping him there. I was about to. So, what did he do?
Yeah,
Did he humble
what
Leah?
happened?
Huh? Hold on. Did he humble
Did
Leah? Did Jacob
did
humble
he
Leah?
wait, Jacob.
Since
I mean,
since you want to hearken on that
I'm
H
sorry.
word.
Elias, I'm gonna ask you a
Mm-hmm.
question. Did
Mm-hmm.
he want Leah?
That is besides the point, brother. Did he humble Leah?
No, brother,
You want you
that's
want
not
me to make my
beside the
point or
point.
not? Do
That's
you want
not
me to make
beside.
my point or not?
Wait, Elias. Listen. Let's not add or take away. Okay. He worked
You're
seven
not adding?
years for who? He worked 7 years for who?
Whether everybody could read. We just heard it. He worked for Rachel.
Sir, I just
He
need you to
worked.
answer. I don't
He
need you
worked
to play
for
tough
Rachel.
guy for
There's
Rachel.
no tough
Very
guy
good.
here. Good.
So when he asked for Rachel, who was he
Mm-hmm.
expecting?
Rachel. But who did he get?
Wait, did he want Leah?
No, he didn't. But he got her. Didn't he?
Wait a minute. Wait a minute. But you just said that he wanted more than one wife.
Yes, I did. Probably going to continue. But my question to you is, and stop being facetious, brother.
Yo,
Did
man,
he or did he not,
y'all BHIs are wicked
brother,
as hell.
brother? Don't class
Let's
me with
keep
a buddy,
reading.
first of all.
Let's keep
Secondly,
reading.
I
and
asked you a
Laban gave
question.
unto his daughter Leah. Zilpah his
Seriously?
maid, Zilpah his
You're
maid
not gonna
for a
answer my
handmaid.
question?
And it came to pass
I'm
that
sorry.
in the
Hold on. Hold on, reader. What was your question?
Did Jacob humbled Leah or no?
Well, yeah, he was tricked.
Oh, besides the point, did he humble Leah? Yes, he
You,
did. So
you
now
said he
Leah is
wanted more than one wife
hold
and
on,
we're
we're gonna
showing
get
that
there.
he didn't.
We are going to get there.
We are showing that he didn't.
We are going to get there. And this ties
Was
back
he
in to
tricked?
the X.
What was
Listen to
he
him.
tricked?
You're going to let me speak or
Was
you're
he
not going to let me
tricked?
bring up my point.
Was he tricked?
Because if you're going to do this, this is
Was he
pointless if
tricked?
you're going to continue to do this.
Was he tricked?
Everybody knows he was tricked.
Was
Yes.
he okay? So he didn't want it. Okay, read on.
Hold
And
on.
it came to
No, don't
pass.
be facetious. Do not be facetious, brother. Do not
I'm
be
not being
facetious.
facetious.
You
You don't
asking me
know
to bring up a point.
this,
You
sir,
try to
sir, sir.
prove your point and
Wait a
move on.
second, Elias. Wait a second. First of all, you don't know what facetious means because I was not being facetious. Okay, I can have the reader read what the definition of facetious means. That's not what I was being. I was laughing at you because the Bible is showing what you're saying is wrong, and it was hilarious. That's
How
it.
is it showing them wrong? Let me finish bringing up my point. Answer my
Well,
questions when I ask
I'm
you and
gonna,
stop.
sir,
You asked me to bring up a
relax,
point. I am bringing it out. I'm
relax. We
asking you
are going
questions.
to just, get your grammar right. All right, read on.
And it came to pass. And it came to pass that in the morning, behold, it was Leah. And he said to Laban, what is it that thou hast done unto me? Did not I serve with thee for Rachel? Wherefore? Then hast thou beguiled me. And
Wait,
Laban
wait, 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 wait. No, surely it says all praises, Laban. You gave me Leah too. Surely it says that.
did not I serve with thee for Rachel?
For who?
For Rachel?
Oh, so he wanted who? Elias. Who did he want? Did he want
This
multiple
ain't going
wives?
nowhere. This is going nowhere.
Did he want multiple wives?
He
Elias.
wanted
Hey.
Rachel. Hold on. You started
Okay.
this by telling me to
Okay.
show you
Okay.
where it is
Wait.
Jacob wanted multiple
Calmate.
wives. I am showing it to
Calmate.
you. Hold on.
Tranquilo. Tranquilo. Hold on. Calm
You
down, my
said
friend.
to me, you
Hey,
said to me,
be
show
listen.
you
Be listen,
where
sir.
Jacob wanted more than one
Be
wife. Is it?
tranquil.
Hey,
Be
Elias, how
tranquil.
many wives you got?
Listen.
None. Zero.
What the
Zero.
Amazing.
hell you talking about?
Amazing.
Man, what the hell you talking about, bro? Be quiet. Anyways, read on, reader.
And Laban said, it
But
must
before the
not
reader go, before the
Wait.
reader go,
Hold on,
let us
hold
be
on. No,
honest
no,
here.
no, no,
Let
no,
us be
no,
honest.
no, no, no. Our reader reads. He does not stop when you say hold on. He stops
So
when
I
we
don't.
say hold
You are,
on. He reads when we say read. So just hold your peace. We're going to continue reading to
brother. This is
see if
pointless.
we can see that Jacob at any point wanted more than one wife. Read on.
And Laban said, it must not me so done in our country, to give the younger before the firstborn. Fulfill her week, and we will give thee this also for the service which thou shalt serve with me yet 7 other years. And Jacob did so, and
Wait,
fulfilled
wait,
her week.
wait, 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 wait. Jacob did what now? Read that again.
Fulfill her week, and we will give thee also for the service which thou shalt serve with me yet 7 other years. And
7 more years. Did Jacob voluntarily say, hey, look, I want to offer up 7 more years so I can get that one too? Did he do that for more than one wife? Or was he tricked into doing that? Elias.
he left her.
Oh, he left? Oh man, these niggas are wicked as hell, man. These brothers are wicked. Listen, sisters, I want y'all to know, as much as you may hear on Biblical Smoke or Upload God's Laws or anywhere else where you see us, the Israelites, on the platform,
teaching, if people are saying you guys are too harsh on the women, you guys are doing this and doing that, it's because we love y'all. It's because we don't want y'all to get taken advantage of. That's the whole purpose. I hope y'all see it. Because that nigga was trying to use Jacob and say he wanted more than one wife as an excuse to have more than one wife, as an excuse to have one of y'all sisters share a man, share a paycheck, or y'all got to go work, because that's what a lot of these BHIs like to do. They like to have y'all go out there and work and pay all the bills and all that stuff while he is wearing some effed up daishiki, whatever it is that he's wearing, on the street talking about the white man. And you paying all the bills and you taking care of all the chores and you taking care of feeding the kids and everything else. That is not the way to go.
Hey, Shamir.
Yes, sir.
In addition to all that you're saying, they got to deal with a liar. You got to deal with a man that has no integrity. If he'll lie about anything else, including all the new wives he's recruiting.
Absolutely. Absolutely. He will definitely lie about all the other wives he's recruiting. He will not tell you. You'll find out later. You find out you wife number 4. You you thought you was number 1. You thought that it was just only you. Oh man, these guys are crazy.
Hey, can I get a script if you don't mind?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Absolutely.
Galatians 2:17. What these BHI get wrong every time, they'll use what God allows and treat it like it's what God commands. But God clearly has commandments in regards to marriage. There's clearly a law on adultery that you cannot lay with another woman while you're married. But a Negro will look at what God has allowed and use that grace. I'm gonna just call it grace for people that you ain't Jacob, you ain't David. David killed 10,000. You can't pay your bills. You none of these people. Jacob lifted up that rock. You know what I'm saying? You struggling. He's not. He don't got one woman. He has not even one woman. He's unqualified to have this conversation. But I'll read that Galatians 2:17.
Galatians 2:17. But if, while we seek to be justified by Christ, we ourselves also are found sinners, is therefore Christ the minister of sin? God forbid.
Christ ain't the minister of sin. He did not teach us to sin. In our repentance, and DHI usually don't believe in Christ. I don't know what he believed in. But it's Christ's example. You can't use that grace, that mercy, now to meet these laws. Matter of fact, I started adding things to the Bible. Christ ain't teaching us to do none of that. He's here to bring great understanding to the laws of God. That's why in Matthew 19, he said what he said. In the beginning, he made 2 1. In the beginning, he's like, hey, listen, I know what y'all were doing, but it was wrong. I'm not giving you license to sin, like it says in Sirach 15:20. I'm not giving you permission to sin. I'm giving you clarity. I'm opening your mind to what you should have understood from the get-go, including what about him in the sacrificial law, how he is the sacrifice, and how marriage was between one and one. It was between one man, one woman, and it shouldn't have been broken for anything except for fornication. And he gave that. But then people use that liberty because people ain't stoning you to death for grabbing up more than one woman, and now you use it as a cloak to do all your desires. Dude like that, a BHI like that will be having sex with not just a woman, not just the second wife. He'll be dealing with the second wife's sister. He'll be dealing with some hoe in the world that don't know the truth, prostitutes, strippers, and use the Bible to cover up them sins. So all praises, you stop that man's mouth. He has no chapter or verse to define it. When you go into Genesis, what is it, 30? It tell you that all this was the women's idea. The women just kept, Rachel just kept saying, hey, take this one, take this one. At no point he said, man, I sure could go for your handmaid. Go talk to your handmaid for me. Jacob never said that. And then we're dealing with Leah. He was mad as hell. He's like, you have beguiled me. You fooled me. And then he waited 7 more years for the woman he really wanted. But hey, man, I mute out. That thing crazy. Yeah, somebody said diseases everywhere and he won't care. That's a t-shirt and a visit to the clinic.
Oh man.
Damn. Yo, hey, Shamir, real quick, right? You see how y'all was showing that when you read in Matthew and it explained that Moses, the Lord told Moses to set up childproof laws because we wasn't on a level to receive the magnification of the Lord. I remember Deacon Ithon brought it out that that was like pre-K kindergarten level understanding as a nation to the like to God's laws. And then when we come to Christ, look what the Bible. I want to show you. I want to show the people one thing. Look at go to Galatians 4:14. So the child proof laws, the nigger proof laws, meaning the things that the Lord winked at. The Lord winked at our ignorances, at our TJ said it was grace. That is true, because he could have, if he would have kept it like how it's supposed to be, we would not have got here as a nation. We would have all been wiped out. And we still need grace. Right? Read what you got.
Galatians 4 verse 14. In my temptation which was in my flesh.
Is that wait, no, Ephesians 4:14, my bad.
Ephesians 4 and verse 14. That we henceforth be no more children.
Be no more what?
Be no more children.
So in our understanding and our obedience, the Lord is saying through Paul that we should not be no more children. Read.
Tossed to and fro.
Come
And
on.
carried about with every wind of doctrine.
Oh, yo, we can have multiple wives. Oh, yeah, you got to know the Hebrew. Hey, all I got to, I don't need a marriage certificate. All I need is a piece of paper and a crayon. Read that again from the top.
And carried about with
Read it
every
again from the top.
that we henceforth be no more children.
Be
Tossed
no
to and
more children. Be no more children. I'm going to be quick. I'm still on this plantation. Give me Galatians 3:23, 3:24. So we were children as a nation in our understanding of obedience at a point in time. Our level of discipline was childlike. Our understanding to receive the law and obey was on a childlike level, right? Now read what it says right here.
Galatians 3:24. Wherefore the law was our schoolmaster.
So
To
this is talking about animal sacrifice. This is talking about animal sacrifice. But the wording, I'm just saying, the wording, how it was said earlier, how what was suffered, how he suffered it because of our wickedness. That was that is also resembling our understanding, our level of receptions of what we had to obey, what our discipline level was. So now it's saying what? Read it again.
wherefore the law was our schoolmaster.
Uh-huh.
To
And
bring
also, and not just animal sacrifice, but you see also that there was laws given to us at a time that wasn't meant to be what we followed in the fullness of the stature of Christ. So I was just looking at the wording and I'm like, yo, it just lines up. Like we wasn't at a level that the Lord was going to deal with us straight head on with the magnification level. It was in stages. That was the point I was saying. So, let me mute my mic, get back to picking this time.
Hey, all praises, all praises. That's some good stuff right there, man. Because a lot of these BHI and BHI propagators like to do is they want to come up with as many scriptures as they can to try to justify the fact that they are having more than one wife or what about this scripture? What about that scripture? But they don't understand fully what it is that they are doing.
Hey, Shamir.
And yes, sir. Go ahead, sir. Hey, shalom, energy.
Hey, shalom,
Hey,
shalom.
shalom, sir. Go
Yeah.
ahead, sir.
When you read Hebrews chapter 13 and 4, right? That's what I would like to ask the platform. What would made a woman be a whoremonger and a man be a whoremonger and a woman be something like that, or adultery? When he said marriage is honorable in heart, and both whoremonger and adultery God will judge. What would make a man be a adultery or a woman be adultery or a whoremonger? That's what I would want to ask. If a man can have more than one wife. That's what I would like to ask. Just look at it. Why God had said whoremonger and adultery, God will judge.
That's a good question.
That's what I would like to ask. Because I'm
That's a
over here
very
listening.
good question.
A man, that brother come talking about you have two wives and you have papers to show. And there is no such thing as that, brother. In every state in America we've been to, and there's a law and marriage. You only can get one marriage certificate. You cannot get two. A brother try that. He moved to another state and have a wife, go to another state and marry a wife. And when he get caught up, he get prison sentence for that thing. So why the scripture would say here, warmonger and adultery, God will judge. Get me the brother who wanna say he can have more than one wife. Why God would say that? And mute up on that, Joe.
And that's a very good scripture to get right there. Why does it say that? But they're not going to come up. They're not going to say that. They're not going to deal with the controversy at hand. They're not going to do that. They're going to jump around and try to say, well, what about this one? What about that one? What about David? What about Solomon? You know, it's all a bunch of BS.
Hey, can I get something to go with Energy Wolf said? First Peter's 2 and
Yes,
13.
sir.
That's a fire scripture. They can't get past that one scripture, but they really hate this one.
First Peter 2 verse 13. Submit yourselves to every ordinance of man for the Lord's sake.
You see that? They take that out their Bible. That's what Energy Wolf was talking about. In every state, that's bigamy. That is a crime. You could face jail time, fines, and the marriage you have ain't lawful. It don't even count. Read it again.
Submit yourselves to every ordinance of man for the Lord's sake, whether it be to the king as supreme,
Read on.
or unto governors as unto them that are sent by him for the punishment of evildoers, and for the praise of them that do well.
Because we in this captivity, God put us under the so-called white man. He put us in Babylon, and they make the laws. It was based on the judicial system is based on the judgments of God. They got it from the Bible. So because we too wicked to govern ourselves, we were put in the hands of the worst people on the planet. Like it says in Romans 13, we must be subject unto them as slaves. So being in slavery, you should be repenting and trying to learn to love one woman, trying to learn to be a good husband to one woman. Hell, learn to be a good brother. We stuck on that, but you want to be stupid and go try to gather 6, 7 wives. It's illegal. It's bigamy in America, and God don't condone it. He's saying right here you in the midst of sin when you do it, because you're going against God's laws. He sent that man to control us. Because if you leave Negroes alone, we have the nuclear launch codes. We be blowing each other up with missiles. Brothers would have 34 wives. They wouldn't take care of none of the children. Oh, get verse 16 real quick, and I'm done.
Verse 16. As free and not using your liberty for a cloak of maliciousness, but
So look at
as
that. Not using the liberty as a cloak of. You have this appearance you can do what you want. And again, that goes into grace as well, because you think you're getting away with it. And then you'll use Christ, you'll use him to cover up your maliciousness. What is your real intentions behind having more than one wife? You want to have sex with them both at the same time. You want to be nasty. You don't want to have to work. That's the maliciousness. You want to be an evil Negro. And then you'll use Christ. You use the laws, the truth to cover up your evil intentions. That's maliciousness. All the evil intentions. You have no love for your people. You have no love for the black woman. You want to keep her in corruption. But someone taught you about the Bible one time. So now you can be like, man, how can I make a profit off this stuff I learned? I know what. I'm going to get a bunch of hoes. And I'm going to seem deep. That's all I got, man. I'm you, though.
All praises. That's it right there. Hey, Dana, man, you can take over for a second.
When I get in the truck, right now I'm in the warehouse.
What's that?
I said, yeah, when I get in the truck, right now I'm in the warehouse. They loaded me.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. What about you, Second Death?
Yo, yo, Shalom, mighty prophet, most on Christ bless y'all.
Most High Christ bless.
Yeah, I'll go ahead and where we left off. Anybody else
Uh,
that we have? Oh, we
yeah,
were just
I
still
don't think
dealing with
there's
that.
anybody on. I don't think there's anybody on topic right now at this point. No, we just we start with the topic,
Catch.
sir.
How do we fix black marriages in 2025? Woo, boy. Hey, hey. All right, yeah. Yay. Okay. I see why that dude trying to run with the multiple marriages, man. All right, got you. So he thought multiple wives would fix black marriages. You can't even fix the one you got. God damn. I tell you, boy. Yeah. Hey, if you married, y'all having issues, hey, this a good chance to come get a biblical solution to the issue. Hey, you in the truth, or you learning about God the right way. You an Israelite, but your husband don't see eye to eye with you. What should you do? This is a good topic, y'all. This is how we build back our nation. It starts with the black marriage, the Hispanic marriage, the Native American marriage. All you Israelites scattered abroad, it starts with a marriage. Well, you know first yourself. You know, we married on the Christ. You got to get right with him. And then within your own household. So this is a great topic, y'all. This is a great topic because a lot of us, hey, give me that in Ezekiel 16. That's what I want. So is the daughter. Yeah. Let me know if y'all can still hear me. I just seen this big orange thing just cross my screen just now. But again, yo, come up to the stage. If you have a question, I can't read right. I can't read the chat right now. So if you posting your questions on there, I can't see it. If any of you moderators do see a question, we'll go ahead and answer it as well. But definitely come up on stage, see what you can do. See what you can do. See what options you have. See what the wisdom that we learn from our leadership, what we learn within our own marriage. I've been married for 11 years, been together with my wife for 20, going on 21. So, and then you got other men on this platform that have been married longer than me in the truth and have been with their ribs longer than me. So again, man, there's plenty of solutions. There's plenty ways of dealing with your spouse. So if you got any questions, definitely post. Oh, been married 26 years. That's what's up, man. I'm trying to reach that. Lord's will life lasts. All right. I mean, many more to come, man. I pray many more to come for you, sis. Um, hey, what else? Yeah, could you read that, Rita? Ezekiel 16?
Ezekiel, Ezekiel 16, verse 44. Behold,
Mm-hmm.
every one that uses proverbs shall use this proverb against thee, saying,
Mm-hmm.
as is the mother, so is her daughter.
Uh-huh.
Thou art thy mother's daughter, that loveth her husband and her children, and thou art the sister of thy sisters, which love their husbands and their children. You Yeah,
see
but
that? Y'all notice that? That it says you're like your mother who hated her husband and her children.
How are you?
You you have to really put this together, yo, because it says that she hated her children, letting you know the daughter she hated as well. So if you hate your daughter, you ain't gonna teach them the right way. So it says you're your mother's daughter who hated her own husband and her own children, and you're just like your sisters are just like you, who hate their husbands and their children. So you have to remember this happened in the process of time because of our idolatry and different things like that, and us separating from God. We started hating. We started hating our husbands. We started hating our wives. These are things that happen. So you have to ask yourself if the Bible's a true book. Look at society today, y'all. Look how it's running. If y'all listen to any podcast and you see these women come up and it'll be like, what would be the order in your household? Your father, your son, or your husband. The husband is coming last all the time. Who eat first? Husband coming last. I'm feeding my children, then my dad, then my husband. It's letting you know as the black marriage is destroyed today. And our women lead in divorce. So hey, if you have a thought on the topic, definitely, raise your hand, come up on the stage. Hey, moderators, if y'all can see for me, y'all can bring them up. So read that again.
behold, every one that uses proverbs shall use this proverb against thee, saying,
Mm-hmm.
as is the mother, so is her daughter. Thou art thy mother's daughter, that loatheth her husband and her children. And thou art the sister of thy sisters, which loathe their husbands and their children.
Now watch this, right? Now again, bro, women. Let's get to the men. Go to 2 Timothy chapter 3. And I was listening in, and I'm hearing the brother, this man did this, and I'm like, bro, he missed the point. He missed the whole point that those men that they would bring up, it's either it wasn't allowed or these men didn't even want it. It's they women that brought it up to them. But look at the men today, and I'm gonna let y'all sisters know, like Shamir was saying, like, yo, these men they have devices. Some of these men they want multiple women just to pimp them out. It is what it is. They sound like Lil Wayne in that old song. He want to smash every woman in the world. He never wanted to marry them. Now that he has, oh damn, I could use this scripture to get multiple wives. Oh, let me disguise myself underneath the Bible to try to slide on all these women. Read that. You can start from
Sec-
verse 1.
2 Timothy 3 verse 1. This know also, that in the last days perilous times shall come. For
Mm-hmm.
men, for men shall be lovers of their own selves,
Uh-huh.
co- covetous, boasters, proud, blasphemers, disobedient to parents, unthankful, unholy, without natural affection, breakers, false accusers, incontinent, fierce, despisers of those that are good, traitors, heedy, high minded, lovers of pleasures more than lovers of God,
They don't love God. It's all about pleasure to them. Read on.
having a form of godliness, but denying the power thereof. From such
That
turn
form
away.
of godliness is them using that form of godliness is them using that Bible to say, oh, you can have multiple wives. You see this, sis? Like, yo, Christ says every man have one wife. Yo, he says if you marry another and she ain't leave or you ain't put her away for fornication, you commit adultery. That's what Energy Wolf was bringing out in Hebrews 13:4. Any outside of that one, and she ain't commit fornication, you in the midst of adultery. Read.
For of this sort are they which creep into houses,
Now it says,
and
now
lead
these are the
captives.
sort. These are the. What was that?
You got Jill on the stage.
Okay, all praises, all praises. Yeah, yeah, I wasn't
Thank
looking.
you.
So all praises, sis, all praises. Let me see. What's your name, sis? I can't touch my phone right
Oh,
now.
my name is Jill. My Hebrew name is Rachel.
Okay, what
Mhm.
was that? I'm bad with names. Rochelle,
Jill. We could just say Jill. It's fine.
Jill.
Yes.
Nah, if you got a biblical name, I'm gonna call you a biblical name. You're a new creature in Christ.
Rachel.
Go.
We were just talking about Leah and Rachel, so you say it
Okay,
Rachel.
Rahel. Okay, Raquel.
Rachel. Yes.
Rahel. Ah,
Yes.
look,
Like you got
cut.
something stuck in your throat. Yeah.
Yeah, I was about to spit just now when I said it.
Exactly.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I
that's
got you,
perfect.
Rahel. Ah, all right. What's your thought on the topic?
Yeah, so the only thing I wanted to add is there's a part in, I call it the Torah, the Bible, that where Abraham, Abraham and Sarah are basically told to wait, and then they get impatient and they bring
who
Hagar
who
into the
who was
house.
they? Who was they that got
Uh,
impatient?
well, I think Abraham got impatient and brought Sarah
Woo!
into the house. I mean, sorry, brought Hagar into
Let's
the
read it.
house
Let's
with
read it.
Sarah, and
Let,
then
let's read it so that way there's no confusion.
okay, can I just give you my point and then I'm happy to
Okay.
listen. So the only point I'm saying is that after Hagar comes in the house, there's all kinds of trouble, and basically for the first time, I think the only time, tells Abraham to listen to his wife, and his wife was saying, "You don't need to have two wives in here. There needs to only be one wife." But it's kind of Sarah's fault because she wasn't patient in believing God's promise that they would have children. So that's what I wanted to say. So, but God weighs in and says, "Listen to your wife," and the wife at that point, Sarah is saying, "Only one wife," and God co-signs what Sarah said.
Okay. That wasn't what he was co-signing. Not that part. It was actually Ishmael being in the same house as Isaac. She didn't want him to take the inheritance away from Isaac. That's why she says, let's read it. What is it? Genesis.
Six is verse chapter
Yeah, yeah.
16.
Let's deal with the marriage, and then let's deal with um after Isaac is born.
Okay.
Uh, start at verse 1.
Yeah.
Genesis 16, verse 1. Now Sarai, Abram's wife, bare him no children, and she had an handmaid, an Egyptian, whose name was Hagar. And Sarai said unto Abram, behold now, the Lord hath restrained me from bearing. I pray thee, go in unto my maid.
Is it me? You broke up. My bad. I don't know if it was me. That might have been me. Could you read it again from the top?
Yes, sir.
Basically made her barren. It
And,
says barren.
and Sarai said unto Abram, behold now, the Lord hath restrained me from bearing. I pray thee, go in unto my maid. It may be that I may obtain children by her. And Abram hearkened to the voice of Sarai. And Sarai, Abram's wife, took Hagar, her maid, the Egyptian, after Abram had dwelt 10 years in the land of Canaan, and gave her to her husband Abram to be his wife. And he went in unto Hagar.
All right. That's good. That's good. So it was Abraham wasn't impatient. It was Sarah that was impatient. And so, and
Hey,
that wasn't again that. Yes, sir.
I'm sorry. I just want to back you up. Genesis 18 and 11.
Yes, sir.
It tell you that she wasn't with it from the beginning. That was Sarah. She was doubtful from the beginning.
Yeah, I misspoke. You all are right. It was Sarah that was impatient, I think. But I think Abraham went ahead and followed Sarah's advice, which was to go get another wife. And then God said, no, that shouldn't have happened, is the way I read it.
Yeah, but again, that's for what that was for what was to come today. Those things had to happen. That was the lot that was played because into the scripture there was supposed to be a wild man that was supposed to be born to fight at the last days against Amalek. So that's his lot. So these things had to play. We don't give me that in Genesis chapter 50. I don't know what verses with Joseph's quote this to their brother. He quotes this to his brothers. You know what I want, Rita?
I'm looking for it, sir.
Yeah, so these things
50
had
and
to
20.
happen. It had to play out this way. It is what it is. Is it in the 20s, 21?
50 and 20.
Okay, okay, yeah. There was something around there.
Genesis 50 and verse 20. But as for you, ye thought evil against me,
Mm-hmm.
but God meant it unto good, to bring to pass as it is this day, to save much people alive. Now
So
therefore,
all so all of this was it was just pieces to the puzzle of a bigger puzzle. These things had to have been played out so that way we can be saved at the end of the days. In the last days, all that child that was born of Hagar became a mighty nation, and that nation is gonna fight against Amalek in the last days. And that's gonna bring the third war. That's gonna bring the third world war, which Christ is gonna come on the scene. So these things just end up playing out that way. Same thing dealing with the 12 tribes of Israel. It just played out that way. Now the second part was um what was the one that you brought out? It was the point about, oh, divorce your wife because of this. I think it was 18. Is it 18? Don't I don't want this heir being in the house with my son. It was after Isaac was born when he said to send her away. And you gonna see something about Abraham at this point, because it's gonna tell you how Abraham felt about it. That the Lord had to come and encourage Abraham to listen. So it's not something that it was just, oh, just go ahead and do it.
Yeah, it was
Abraham
not
felt some
divorce,
type
but
of way.
just one wife. I agree with someone just made that comment. That was basically God's comment on it.
Okay, oh, so you're good on the second part
Okay,
with
I maybe not. I'll just
all
listen.
right, yeah, let's read it. You found it, Rita? I'm shooting from the hip. I'm I'm shooting from the hip right now. When Sarah says that she don't want him to be, he don't want that heir to be in the same house as Isaac, because she saw how Hagar was acting. She was acting all high and mighty. And she was like, nah, you playing this. If I would have passed away, you gonna pull a stunt on my son. If Abraham passed away, that's the type of mindset Sarah had. You see how she already, when she had Hagar, marry Abraham, she was always thinking in advance, just like our women today. They're protective. They try to line things up to where, you know, their house is good. And sometimes they go a little bit overboard to where you create more problems. But it is what it is. You found it, Rita?
yes, sir, got you.
All
Genesis
praises.
21 and verse 9. And Sarah saw the son of Hagar, the Egyptian, which she had born unto Abraham, mocking. Wherefore she said unto Abraham, cast out this bondwoman and her son, for the son of this bondwoman shall not be heir with my son, even with
That
Isaac.
was that was the point. And then not only that, but after she bared to Abraham, you might have to go back to where after she bared, she started acting high mighty. That's why Sarah dealt with her harshly and smacked her, because she felt some type of way. And she was like, whoa, look, I'm still the head mistress. You better tighten up. Just because I couldn't have kids with I wasn't patient to have kids with Abraham, and I ain't have a child yet. You over here acting like you the HQIC, head queen in charge. So she smacked her. Now the son comes and he's mocking little Isaac. She sees it and she's like, oh, red flag. Read on.
And the thing was very grievous in Abraham's sight, because of his son.
So he loved Ishmael. That's why even when Abraham died, Ishmael is at the funeral. You can read it. Ishmael and Isaac buried their father together. So read it again.
And the thing was very grievous in Abraham's sight, because of his son.
Hmm.
And God said unto Abraham, let it not be grievous in thy sight because of the lad, and because of thy bondwoman, and all that Sarah hath said unto thee. Hearken unto her voice, for in Isaac shall thy seed be called.
So he had to reassure him, like, yo, this is the promised son. This is the one I told you about that's gonna inherit the land. So he had to remind him of the promise. Like, yo, don't worry about it. He's good. Now, that's why when you were saying about, oh, Sarah divorce, this and that, like she's seen the mindset. She's seen what was gonna happen, and she was like, nah, I don't want this. And again, it came to pass for what is today. So that way, Ishmael didn't kill Isaac and not took the blessings, but would have made it. It wouldn't have played out like that because God's words is final. The way that God is gonna get things done is gonna get it. It's gonna happen to according to His purpose. But Sarah saw the red flags. She called it out. Abraham was grieved of the comment she made, but God had to reassure, like, listen, the promise that I made was to Isaac. Don't worry about it. You good. Your little man good too. The other one gonna be straight. But it's according to the purpose of God. Read that in Romans chapter 8 and I think 28. I'm shooting from the hip.
Romans 8 and verse 28. And we know that all things work together for good to them that love God, to,
According to what? Read.
to them who are the called according to His purpose.
According to His purpose. So those things were gonna play out according to the Lord's purpose. So that's what happened. Any questions, sis? Rock, Rockah. I think did I say it right? Damn, I think I messed it up.
Rachel.
Right, Rashal.
Rachel. Anyway, it's okay.
Rahal. I got you, man.
Yeah.
All right. Man, look, I'm bad
So
with
yeah,
names, y'all.
I
Go
just
ahead.
put the I just put the verse that I was referring to in the chat for
Okay.
yeah.
Genesis 21 and 12. That's what we just read, right?
Yeah, so that's all. I still think it supports what I'm saying, which is that even though they're, probably because of the time that they were living in and women needed extra protection, et cetera, they had more wives, but in at least in the case of Abraham, God is saying he he agrees with Sarah that he should only have one wife. That's the way that I read it. But it's okay if folks disagree.
Yeah, but yeah, it wasn't about him having one wife though. It was about, remember, it wasn't Sarah saying only have one wife. It was saying I don't want her son near my son. That was the point. Read it again,
Right,
sis.
But
Yeah, go
but the
ahead.
son wouldn't be near her son if they weren't sharing the same house.
Hey,
So
second
Right.
and it
Steph, is she
also
saying that it's okay to have more than one wife? Are you
No.
condoning that, sis?
No.
no, I'm saying exactly the opposite.
Okay. I want to make sure.
That's what she's saying. She's saying that's why Sarah told uh Abraham to send her away and the son because
Hey,
God don't
remember,
condone two wives, but it's about what actually happened. It don't say that.
right.
It's going into him being the heir.
Hey, remember,
Whatever
it's
Sarah
talking
tells
about
you,
the
listen
air.
to her.
Well, hold on, sis. Hold on, sis. Remember, the air goes into. Remember, the stuff always goes to the firstborn, right? So go to Genesis chapter 22 and read verse 1 and read verse 2. Watch what he says here.
Genesis
So this is why
22.
this is more so what Second Death was telling you about Hagar and her son being put out. It represented this.
Genesis 22 verse 1. And it came to pass after these things that God did tempt Abraham and said unto him, Abraham, and he said, Behold, here I am. And he said, Take now thy son, thine only son Isaac, whom
Now it
thou
said,
lovest.
take, hold on, wait. It said, take now your son, your only son. Did Abraham only have one son? Sis Jill.
At that point, yes, I think.
No,
Okay.
Ishmael was also his son, but
Right,
he
right,
was
right,
put
right.
out.
Right.
He was put out because the promise was going to go to Isaac. That's why. So the reason why it's not so much that they got put out because Abraham was only supposed to have one wife. No, they got put out because God was saying that Isaac is going to inherit the blessing, and he's thy only son that will inherit the blessing. God only acknowledged Isaac, not Ishmael. So it was about the sons, it wasn't about the wives. But finish that, read it again.
And he said, Take now thy son, thy only son Isaac, whom thou lovest, and get thee into the land of Moriah, and offer him there for a burnt offering upon one of the mountains which I tell thee of.
So it said, take thee thy only son. That's because God only acknowledged Isaac. All right? I mean, my mic.
And I recognize your voice. Hey,
I
check
said
out
the
this,
same
boy.
thing. Hey, shalom, shalom, sir. Most High Christ
Hey,
bless.
shalom, man. Most High Christ best, bro. Raka.
Shalom
I gotta
there,
say that.
Dan, the man,
Jeshurun.
Shamir, and
Shout out to that,
Energy
man.
Wolf Bar.
You know, that big wolf energy. Hey,
Hey, shalom, shalom.
Rock, shalom, Shamir. You was gonna say something, Shamir?
No, sir. No, sir. You got it. You got it, sir.
Gotcha. All right, so damn, I'm about to mess up your name. Hey, listen, they gonna joke on me in the chat. It is
Just
what it
call me
is.
Jill. It's
Rock
all good.
call. I said it right. I said it right.
Oh, you can just
Ah,
call me
shit.
Jill.
Excuse
Yeah.
my French. Jill. I don't want to mess up.
That's
I
why
can
my
I call you
parents
Ellie.
gave me two names. Yeah.
I can call you Ellie. That's the end of our call. Ellie. That's good. Nah.
Just you can call me anything. That's fine. Just don't call
Nah,
me
that's
late
I'm
for
gonna call you.
dinner.
I'm gonna call you sis. I'm gonna call you sis. Yeah,
Okay.
I'm bad at yeah. I know. I listen. Everybody know I'm bad with names, y'all. I'm bad with names. You can tell me your name 100 times. I'm gonna mess it up. Uh, all right. So, any other questions? Are you married, sis?
No.
Okay. Okay.
Mhm.
Uh, do you know your nationality by any chance? According to the
Yes, I'm
Bible,
Sephardic Jewish.
Sephardic Jewish.
Mhm. Not
Yeah, you
Safari
got.
Jewish.
Like
I don't
from
I don't like this
Spain?
type. This yeah. Anyway,
Like
Sephardic,
sis, you mean
SEPH.
from Spain?
So on my dad's side, I had people who were from Morocco, so Northern Africa. And then on my
Oh,
mom's side, but I'm also Ashkenazi, so I'm both. I'm
so
European and
oh,
African.
okay. Hey, second death, you got it. You got it, sir. Go ahead, sir.
Okay, so your father is from Morocco. What, the so-called black man? Or like, s-
Yes, to make it to make it clear here, yes.
okay, and you say your mother is, I'm
Uh,
guessing, Jewish.
uh, they're both Jewish. They were both Jewish. Yes. So I'm
Like,
Jewish on
what's the,
both
but
sides.
what, like what, European, Negro descent
European, right?
on mother side?
European on one side and Northern African on the other side,
Right. So the mother is European. That's your European side.
and Jewish. So Jewish can go keep going back and back and back, which is Israel, and Israel is in Africa, but for the Suez Canal. So I
Yeah,
mean, however you want to look at it, that's fine.
I
But
I got you because I know the Jewish people they go by the Talmud which say that it's according to the mother that determines your nationality and your tribe, um which is contrary to the Torah.
it's whether you're Jewish was determined by just Jewish, not nationality, but whether you're Jewish is determined
Oh,
based on your mother.
okay.
And I think it's just a practical
All right.
standpoint because you always know who the mother is, like you know
Okay,
where the
so
baby was born from.
I'm gonna read to that's because it don't matter. Say if I'm a so-called Haitian, right? So-called Haitian. If I was born in China, that wouldn't make me Chinese. So it doesn't matter what woman you was implanted to, or your father shot into. You are whatever your father is. I'm gonna read Numbers 1 and 18, and then we're gonna go to Matthew chapter 1 because it names two different women in that genealogy that were grandmothers to Christ the King. Right, and at no point did their nationality determine the genealogy of Jesus Christ. So let's read Numbers 1 and verse 18 first.
Numbers 1 verse 18. And they assembled all the congregation together on the first day of the second month, and they declared their pedigrees after their families, by the house of their fathers, according to the numbers of the names, from 20
So
years
they,
old.
yes, sir, thank you. So they declared their pedigrees, their lineage, by the house of their fathers. That's why when you read Chronicles, which I know Dan the Man remember Camp 101, we would have to read Chronicles, and it's always the fathers. Fathers, 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 fathers.
100%.
What? We used to bite our tongues and everything. And that one of the hardest books to read, one of the hardest books to read. And I still don't get names right. But yes, Chronicles,
Hey,
read it.
that's when brothers speak. That's when brothers speak the pure Hebrew.
Right? I'm telling you,
Ah!
ZB Real used to drill that into us, yo. The first Chronicles, we used to have to read that, and it stuck with us. So if you read the Chronicles, which tell you the genealogy of each tribe, and the breakdowns is always going by the fathers. Same goes for Numbers 1 and 18. It's letting you know the breakdown on how they conducted. They declared their pedigrees by the house of their fathers. Here's an example. Matthew chapter 1, let's read verse 1.
Matthew 1 verse 1. The book of the generation of Jesus Christ,
The genealogy of Jesus Christ. That's what we're going into. Read.
the son of David, the son of Abraham. Abraham begot Isaac, and Isaac begot Jacob, and Jacob begot Judith and his brethren,
Mm-hmm.
and Judas begot Phares and Zerah of Tamar, and Phares begot Esrom, and Esrom begot Aran, and Aram begot Am, Am, Aminadab, and Aminadab begot Nasason,
Yeah,
and
hey,
Nasason,
damn the man, he's speaking the pure Hebrew right now. Ah, you good, man? I'm just joking. Go ahead.
and Nasason begot Solomon, and Solomon begot Boaz of Rachab, and Boaz begot Ob- Obed of Ruth, and Obed,
Obed of Ruth. So read that lineage again.
and Abram begot
No,
Aminadab.
that part where you just left. The part where you just left out.
Yes, sir. And Obed begot Obed of Ruth, and Obed
So,
begot.
so it was Boaz that got Obed of Ruth. So, when you read the scriptures, what genealogy or what lineage or what nationality was Ruth, sis?
I'm just gonna listen. Yeah.
Okay, all right.
Okay.
We'll go to it. Go to the book of Ruth, because if it was by the mother, the genealogy would have switched up, because this woman wasn't of the nation of Israel.
Right.
So read that, Ruth 1, and it's gonna tell you probably like in like the first 5 verses. I ain't looking at it. You gotta find it for me. You could read the history, so it gets closer. Read it, read it. It's gonna tell you that they married the women of Moab. Start from
Ruth,
verse 1.
Ruth 1 verse 1. Now it
Uh-huh.
came to pass in the days when the judges ruled, and there was a famine in the land, and a certain man of Bethlehem, Judah, went to sojourn in the country of Moab, he
Mm-hmm.
and his wife and his 2 sons. And the name of the man was Amalek, and the name of his wife Naomi, and the
Mm-hmm.
name of his 2 sons Mahalan and Tylon, Ephraimites of Bethlehem, Judah. And they
Mm-hmm.
came into the country of Moab and continued there. And Amalek, Naomi's husband, died, and she was left with her 2 sons. And they took them wives of the women of Moab.
They took them wives of the women of Moab. So they're not Israel. Their nationality were Moabites. Read.
The name
Yeah.
of the one was Oprah, and the name of the other Ruth.
There you go. So if it was by the mother, that genealogy was supposed to change into something different, meaning Christ wouldn't have come from the line of Judah, nor would he have been Israel. So it's letting you know it was never by the mother. That's something that was made up. Colossians 2 and 8.
Colossians 2 verse 8. Beware lest any man spoil you through philosophy and vain deceit, after the tradition of men, after the rudiments of the world, and not after Christ.
So that's not after Christ. You don't read about any time that the genealogy was determined by the mother. That came up by man. That's it on that.
Yes, sir.
Get first Titus 1 and 14.
Titus 1 and verse 14. Not giving heed to Jewish fables
Mm-hmm.
and commandments of men that turn from the truth.
That turns from the truth. You don't read that in the scriptures where the genealogy was determined by the mother. Ever. That's why back to Matthew's chapter. What, you finished that verse? Then we're gonna go back to Matthew's chapter 1.
Yes, sir.
All right, let's go back to Matthew's chapter 1 and read where you left off about Ruth. Now we know Ruth was of another nationality. She was a Moabite. So let's see if by any chance, because we're gonna read down, you're gonna see Christ come from that line. Finish it off.
And Jesse begot David the king. And David the king begot Solomon of her that had been the wife of Urias. And Solomon begot Roboam, and Roboam begot Abra, and Abra begot Asa, and Asa begot Josaphat.
You could jump down to verse 17, I think.
Verse 17. So all the generations from Abraham to David are 14 generations. And from David unto the carrying away unto Babylon are 14 generations. And from the carrying away into Babylon unto Christ are
I want the
14.
part where it says, and he begot Joseph, the husband of Mary.
Verse 16. And Jacob begot Joseph, the husband of Mary, of whom was born Jesus, who was called Christ.
All right, so Joseph descend from that lineage that we read from Abraham, Isaac, to Jacob, to Judah. Now let's see, because you remember you got Ruth in that lineage where she marries Boaz to have Obed. Now let's see if it changes. Let's see if Christ's genealogy, his tribe changed. Hebrews chapter 7 and verse 14.
Hebrews 7 verse 14. For it is evident that our Lord sprung out of Judah, of the of which
So
tribe
go ahead.
Moses spake,
You can
of
read it
which
again. My bad, reader.
yes, sir. For it is evident that our Lord sprang out of Judah, of which tribe Moses spake nothing concerning priesthood.
So the mother never changed anything. She don't determine the genealogy. That doesn't come from the Bible. Like it says, don't take heed to Jewish fables and doctrine of men that turn you away from the truth. God never said that your lineage, your your genealogy is determined by the mother. You with me, sis? You there? You're on mute. I want to make sure I ain't go too far, I ain't lose you. You on mute. You gotta hit the bottom right to unmute yourself. All right, I'm gonna give yeah, until I don't know if you want to call or anything like that. I'm gonna give you another precept just to show you. Like we have this saying that it, wherever you plant the seed, that's what's gonna grow. If you plant a seed, an apple seed in Asia, that's what's gonna grow. Give me that in Genesis chapter 1. And it's funny that the Lord works this way. Uh, Genesis chapter 1. Read verse. I think it's 14, 11. Every seed.
Genesis chapter 1 and verse 11. And God said, let the earth bring forth grass, the herb yielding seed, and the fruit tree yielding fruit after its kind, whose
So
seed
it.
is yes, sir,
Yep, that's the point. Read it.
whose seed is in itself.
So it says, "Let the earth bring seed, yielding fruit." which seed is in within itself. So whatever that seed is, whenever you plant it, that's what's gonna grow. The man carries the seed. That's it's all God repeats himself over and over again, even in his creations. That's why it says God doesn't change. You'll see it in his creations. So the man carries a seed, no matter where it's planted, that's what's gonna grow. That seed that's within itself. So I'm from the tribe of Levi. Wherever I plant my seed, that's what's gonna be. What happened with Ruth? Boaz planted his seed, and Obed came, which came from the tribe of Judah. And later on, you have the line of King David, so forth and so on, to where we have Christ. So it doesn't. So it's not by your mother, but you said your father is a so-called Negro descent from I think it was Cameroon. I might have I forgot the name. And brothers, help me out if y'all remember where the father came from. But again, all praises to the Morocco. All right, so we got Israelites scattered throughout all nations, and definitely during the Spanish Inquisition. So watch this, right? Go to Deuteronomy chapter 28 and verse 64. Well, read verse 15 and 64, and
Deut-
that's why Job said, "Inquire, I pray thee, of the former age, to the search of your fathers." Read
Deuteronomy
this.
28 and verse 15. But it shall come to pass, if thou wilt not hearken unto the voice of the Lord thy God, to observe to do all his commandments and his statutes, which I command thee this day, that all these curses shall come upon thee and overtake thee.
So God says curses will happen to us if we didn't want to listen and obey his commandments. These things will happen in the future, and it would be repetitive. They're going to follow us forever. Read verse 64.
Verse 64. And the Lord shall scatter thee among all people, from the one end of the earth even unto the other.
So we were scattered amongst all people. Those people that were scattered amongst all people, when you read verse 68, they were put on cargo slave ships. That was one mode of transport, one way of transporting them to all nations that you read in the scriptures. Today, people freely move around. So from back then, from the 1600s, from the 1400s first to the 1600s, these things came to pass. Not only that, but you can read the history in Second Kings where they were taken into the Assyrian captivities, and you read that they went into the harbors and then also in Babylon. You read these all throughout the scriptures of us being scattered into all nations. But the biggest one that you'll read is the transatlantic slave trade, from the 1400s to the 1600s. So our people are scattered into all nations. Since you still there, ain't no point to keep going if you ain't really listening. We could just move on to the next person. All right. So Lord's will says, hey, do the research. Our website is up top. You could email us at biblicalsmoke@gmail.com. Again, it's not saying that you ain't a Jew. It's saying that you ain't a Jew from your mother's side if she's European and you know that. But it could be from your father's side because he is Negro descent, and you say he's in Morocco. So again, we behoove you to do the research. Don't take our word for it. Study to show thyself approved. And if you have any more questions, we'll answer them. All right. So how do we fix black marriages in 2025? Hey, Dan the Man or Jeshurun, y'all can take over just for a bit. I just need to check in.
Yes,
Yes,
sir. Yes,
sir.
sir. That man, you on? Okay. All praise.
Yeah, I got it. I got it. All right. So I just sent out some invites. See, we got some red tickets at the bottom. So feel free to come on up. Right now we're addressing how do we fix black marriages in 2025. All right. Went over some good points. Brothers want multiple wives. Sisters find out what their lineage go back to. So it's some good stuff going on. But feel free. If y'all got something to input into the conversation, y'all can come up on the stage. You can raise your hand if you're in the audience. I think we got somebody on the stage. Hold on, let me see here. How you say that? Israel's? That's Castle?
Oh, sure.
Hey, shalom, bro. Most High Christ bless.
What you got on the topic?
I'm sorry, Christ bless sir. I just came up because the topic, how do we fix black marriages in 2025? We have to go back to keeping, the system that's in the Bible. The Bible lays out the mechanics. Those things work. The
Yes,
mechanics that
Ron, you
work
trying
are
to
in the
talk?
Bible.
Oh, you said the mechanics in the Bible. So what are you talking about? Like, what are
So,
you
so
talking
for
about?
example,
The things that's everything that's written in the Bible, the laws, the commandments.
that's right. That's right. Those laws and commandments,
Okay,
they're practical. They work.
right? 100%, 100%. It seemed like you had a question. You was about to ask a question before you addressed the
Yeah,
topic.
I just was gonna bring up. So my mother is descends from Ashkenazi on one side, and then Benjamin on the other side. So I understand where the sister's coming from a little bit with the shock, because you know growing up they kind of gave you the pre notion that it's from the mother's lineage that makes you Jewish. But when you get into the Bible, when you get into Torah Tanakh, right, the tribe is always come from the father. And so that was a bit of a culture shock for a couple people in my family, especially when I came into the truth. So I understand where she's coming from a bit with the shock. But just to clarify, it's, yeah, because your father is from Morocco. My father is coming back from Mauritania and Mali. Because it's from there, that is where the tribal Israelite lineage comes from. So just so, as someone who has Amalek on one side, or at least, or maybe a little bit down there, Amalek on one side, I recognize like the conflicting information in the brain, and it creates a little bit of confusion. So I just want
Okay.
to let her
And
know
you
she's
said
not
you
alone.
said you said your mother had Amalek on one side and her
That's right.
father. Okay. All right. Yeah. Well, that's 100%. I know a lot of times people, because that is a perception that's pushed um about lineage. On one aspect, people that dive into knowing or tracing our lineage historically, they would use that to more confuse the masses, outside of black people being in Christianity, where they're taught that race or nationality, when you talk about in a spiritual context, doesn't matter. But 100% it does. We read that all throughout the Bible, and I know Second Death was touching a little on it. I don't know if he went. Did he go to Matthew 1? If he did, we could read it
Yes,
again.
sir. Yes, sir, he did.
Um, oh, he did.
Yes, sir.
Okay, all right. But just read it again.
Yes, sir.
Read it
He
again
did.
for the audience.
He did.
It's
But read it
new
again.
people coming into the room. Yeah, we can read it again. Go to Matthew chapter 1 and read verse 1.
Matthew 1, verse 1. The book of the generation of Jesus Christ, the son of David, the son of Abraham. Abraham begot Isaac, and Isaac begot Jacob, and
Uh-huh.
Jacob begot Judas and his brethren. And Judas begot Phares and Zerah of Tamar. And Phares
Mm-hmm.
and Phares begot Esrom, and Esrom begot Aram. And Aram begot Amabad, and Amadab begot Nah's son. And Nah's son,
So you notice in reading the genealogy of Christ, it's only detailing men, because that's how the lineage or the genes are transferred through time. We keep record based off of the men, because the seed comes from the father. Get that in Numbers 1.
And Dan, if I could just say something real quick.
Yes, sir. Right after
Uh,
this point, Numbers
Numbers
chapter 1.
1 verse 18. And they assembled all the congregation together on the first day of the second month, and they declared their pedigrees after their families, by the house of their fathers.
So that's why you read about Christ's lineage, and all you read is our forefathers. It's because the pedigree is declared by the man, by the man. But go ahead, Casper.
So, and the joke is that if we followed the tradition of having mothers set the pedigree, David David would be Moabite. Because you guys brought it up
Right,
earlier. David
right,
would be Moabite. That'd be hilarious. So it don't make no sense.
100%. Yep, yep, that's 100%, man. Don't make no sense. And then when we're talking about this concept of um going off the lineage of your mother's supposed to be an Israelite anyway. The concept of interracial marriage that we think of today was like, oh well, you're talking about the mixing of nations. That was against the law. That was against the law. You understand? Israel is not supposed to mingle with other races of people anyway. And we're gonna get back to that. We messed up now, but we're gonna get back to that. Give me that in Deuteronomy
Deut- Deuteronomy
7.
7, verse 3. Neither shalt
Mm-hmm.
thou make marriages with them. Thy daughter thou shalt not give unto his son, nor his daughter shalt thou take unto thy son. For they will turn away thy son from following me, that they may serve other gods. So will
You
the
see that?
Israel.
So the reason for not mingling is because they will take us away from our God. Because the other nations, they don't have the same God. We were never intended to mingle or to interracially marry with other nations. So now you can question the ethnicity or seed or lineage. That was never the case. You understand? It's just this is a concept of now, by us being put in slavery, us being mentally destroyed from who we are, and now we have taken on the ideology, the belief, and the nationalities of these nations. That's why it is that way now. So that's 100%, man. 100%. You got anything else, Cass? Not. I think you still up here, Castle? You still there?
Oh, yes, sir. I'm still here. Sorry.
Yeah, I was saying, did you have anything else on the point or any questions? Any other questions?
No, sir. That's everything. All right. I might have something later, actually.
All
I
right,
just
all
wanted to
right.
add in because you all were talking about the Moabites and Ruth, and so yeah, Ruth is an example of how you don't have to be in the tribe to become Jewish. She was the first convert, basically. So I mean, not the first, but men.
Jill, did
Most.
you
I'm
did you
sorry.
hear second death breakdown? Because he explained all of that to you. I don't. He was asking for you earlier. I don't know if you were.
Yeah, I was
I
working.
don't.
Sorry.
Oh, okay. So you didn't get any of that.
Some of it I came in towards the end when he was talking about Ruth and how it's patrilineal, but it's very clear that several, many of the people who came into the Israelites were from, idol worship Moabites or other tribes, and that is
Well,
just
you
a
can't.
matter of accepting,
You can't.
accepting the
You can't
Torah.
convert. You can't convert to be an Israelite. It's through birth. It's by lineage.
Right. I mean, I'm looking at the religion because at this point it's the religion. But anyway, yeah.
Israelites
Well, it
was
was turned.
never.
Because
Yeah, it was never a religion.
it's quoted, it became a
Have you
religion
read
when
you read the Bible?
yeah, I
Yeah,
read the
Israelites are a
Torah.
race of people. It's not a religion.
Okay, right. I'm talking, I guess, the modern application of it, but I hear you.
Even when you're talking about modern day, you like, get Revelations 3 and 9. I'm gonna show you something. Even when you're talking about to this present day, there is no such thing as Israelites being a religion. If you could just convert to being an Israelite, then there would be
No,
no
I'm not
reason
saying
behind
that.
it.
Yeah, I'm not saying that.
Hey, man, the fake Jews in Israel, they don't consider themselves Jewish by religion. They consider themselves Jewish by descendancy.
Right, right.
So
And
I'm confused.
so Jill, you said that's not what you're saying. So what are you saying? So we understand you clearly.
I'm just saying that the let's see, I think Naomi, there's Naomi and Ruth, and someone please correct me because I always get it confused. But I think Naomi said, "My people will become your people. Wherever you go, I will go." So basically, these are examples of people who came from different tribes but decided to combine and follow it. You know, it said that Adam was given the if you look at it from a kabbalistic standpoint, that's kind of the mystical aspects of Judaism, and it's not reading it from the translation, it's reading it from a multi-level understanding of the Hebrew and the ancient language, you know, that
So
they're
the cabal
Kabbalah.
is yeah, the Kabbalah, yeah, excuse me, that's against the Bible. You understand that? That's where they get things like the star of Molech from. All of that, like you mentioned, is witchcraft. So you can't intermingle that with the scriptures and then try to get some understanding on what the Bible is talking about. It doesn't say nowhere in the scriptures does it say that by converting or believing and serving the same God that you now become a Jew. Now watch this. Get Ezra chapter 4 and verse 1. Because there were people that were trying to do the exact same thing that you're talking about.
Mhm.
Read it.
Ezra, Ezra 4 verse 1.
Yep.
Now when the adversaries of Judah and Benjamin heard that the children of the captivity builded the temple unto the Lord God of Israel, then they came to Zerubbabel and to the chief of the fathers and said unto them, Let us build with you, for we seek your God as ye do.
All right. You see this? It says that the adversaries of Judah saw that they builded the temple. And they said, Let us build with you, for we seek your God. We want to do the things that you do. We want to be able to serve your God, help build the temple, and be up under the same faith that you have. Come on.
And we do sacrifice unto him since the days of Asadon, king of Asar, which brought us up hither.
Right? Because during the Assyrian captivity, the northern kingdom was moved out and other nations were moved in, and they had to sacrifice because they said that they were being destroyed in the land because they did not know the manner of the land. So they had to do those sacrifices that we were doing in the land as well. Come on.
But Zerubbabel and Jeshua and the rest of the chiefs of the fathers of Israel said unto them, Ye have nothing to do with us to build an house to our God.
Wait a minute. Wait a minute. What did the elders say? Read it again.
Ye
My
have
people.
nothing, ye have nothing to do with us to build an house unto our God.
All right. So, Sister Jill, you getting that? Because
I'm gonna just I really
these
don't
were
want to.
people.
Yeah, no,
Hold on,
I
sis.
hear
These
you.
were
I'm not
these
gonna
were
debate it, but there's a long history if you read closely of folks who are accepted
You're not going to
into
debate
the
it. You're not
Israelites.
going to debate it because it's not debatable. That's why you're not
Okay,
going to
Right.
debate it.
all right.
It's not debatable.
Hey,
right.
hey, jump to Ezra, read Ezra 9 and read verse 2. Right, because that you read throughout the scriptures all that we're not supposed. There's no such thing as mingling the seed. You understand? And so you couldn't convert. You couldn't convert if we couldn't even mingle our seed with the other races of people. You couldn't just convert into becoming an Israelite. Read that Ezra chapter 9 and verse 2.
Ezra 9 verse 2. For they have taken of their daughters for themselves, and for their sons, so that the holy seed have mingled themselves with the people of those lands.
Uh huh.
Yea, the hand of the princes and the rulers has been chief in this trespass. And
And
when
did
our
what?
Yea, the hand of the princes and the rulers have been chief in this trespass.
They have trespassed. Why? Because they were
No,
mingling
I
their seed.
understand. It's the Israelites versus
Right.
what I'm thinking about in terms of modern Judaism. So
Right.
I'm not going to
Yeah.
debate it
And
because
and
we're
the
talking
and the
about two different
Kabbalah
things.
and the
Yeah.
Kabbalah.
Yeah,
That's
Yeah.
yeah,
not
we're
I would
talking.
do
biblical.
some. I would do some research on that,
Yeah,
and
we're
I'm
talking about
also.
the truth, and
Mhm.
we're talking about lies. So you got truth and you got lies. So that's what we're talking about. And then when the modern Judaism is a lie, because first of all, what gate do these heathens get in? What gate is there for them? In the scriptures, what gate do they get in? Because when you go through the Bible, you're going to see 12 gates for 12 tribes. You're not going to see another gate for no other nation in the Bible. So, yeah, this conversation is about truth and it's about lies.
100%. Man.
Yep. And you gotta recognize, even when we read back in Ezra 4, these were people that were living in the land, sacrificing to God, our God. And even then they still weren't accepted. So how is that gonna change with these with these heathens today? It's not gonna change. You can't remix what God already got set in stone. That's why get Revelation 3 and 9. It's the same thing. It's the exact same premise, cover to cover. Old Testament, New Testament, it don't matter. Come on.
Revelation 3 verse 9. Behold, I will make them of the synagogue of Satan, which say they are Jews and are not,
You see
but
that? It says there's people that's claiming to be Jews, but they're not Jews. So if it was just that easy for everybody to get in that believes, then how is this saying that right there? It don't make no sense. You can't that's why the Bible is undefeated. It got the understanding all over the place to let you know that these people can never be part of us. They not like us. Right?
do lie.
They
Behold,
lie. They lie. They lie. They pretend to be us. They pretend to serve our God. Because even those people over there in the land, I think it's in Tel Aviv, they got one of the biggest pride celebrations on the planet. How in the world they gonna let that go down in God's holy land? And that's that and they understand that. They got the biggest proper. Our leadership went over there and they was taking dumps in the middle of the road. Come on, man. That's
That's what I was
crazy.
about to say. I was like, if you're going to take dumps in the middle of the road, obviously you got no problem with a pride parade.
Right, right.
Hey,
It's
the
just,
day the day the Arabs came in, remember when they first came and attacked them? They were at a concert. They were having a big because it happened on the Sabbath. They were at a big concert at a party when when the hang gliders came in. So how are they the people of the book when they're sitting there having concerts and parties on the Sabbath day? Just like y'all bringing out with the Pride Parade. It's a bunch of lies. The Kabbalah is a lie. Just like what's the Jehovah's Witnesses make up their own Bible. The Edomite race has come up with all these lies and got our people believing it. So there's no debate. There's no nothing. That's what it is. You got truth and they got lies, and they're lies. There's no kingdom for the heathens. There's no spiritual Israel. No, Ruth didn't come in as. If she came in, what tribe did she get into then? This it's a bunch of garbage. I meet my mic.
Can I add something? Let me know.
yeah, go ahead.
I it, we conflate. I think what's happening back in back over there is when the Hasmoneans took the Idumeans and tried to make them quote unquote convert that, and then after the Romans came in and put on the Herodian dynasty, who were descended of those Idumeans who were forced to convert by the Hasmonean king at the time. And so now we're conflating that agreeableness with them coming into the promise and coming into the power of Israel, and that's just not correct. And so they've been pushing this this religious system now for however long they're pushing it. but we can see from just their actions and just like what they did with that leverage, they scattered, they helped in scattering more of the 12 tribes, right? When the Inquisition happened, right, the Ashkenaz didn't come and try to help out or nothing, you know. In fact, they ended up, actually, I don't know if we're allowed to say that, but you know, they, when it came down to the transatlantic slave trade, you know, how many of our ancestors were pushed out of power in Europe and then were replaced by you know, Ashkenaz forces and finances that were then used to fund the very scattering of our people when we're talking about the transatlantic slave trade. And then even again, even for us that went east into India, right? The Israelites that went east into India, the Ashkenaz followed to India to then bring forth oppression to the bloodline in India. So it's like, you know, the kumbaya now is here, right? Now that you know, power has settled a bit. But you know, when we go through the history, it is there. I went through the history and I've seen it. It is there. It's a mess. They did a number. They did a big number.
Hey, all praise to the Most High. All praise to the Most High. All right, so we have up next, Sam. I think Sam might be on the phone though. Sometimes it still showed a little icon if you came back though. Sam, you there? Or you on the phone still?
Yes, yeah.
All right, Sam. What's your thoughts on the topic? How do we fix black marriages in 2025?
Um, I just wanted. This is the first time that I be on um, this type of call, but um, it's a great topic. But I'm from Ethiopia. I just want to introduce, but I lived here over 15 years now. Um, I think that since I've been here in this country, that what I see, whether here or overseas, the main um, problem in black marriage is start from family. When you raise a let's assume that you raise a plant, you plant a tree. The first thing that you do is you make sure that you choose the area where you plant the tree. You will have a purpose, maybe your back of the house or front of the house. Then the purpose of planting a tree to make it your house look better or to get to find a shade and all that kind of stuff, right? So the key here is when you plant that tree, if you don't take care of it, it will die. So you have responsibility to make sure that you water the plant, whatever that you put the um, thing that you put in the soil to make sure that the plant, the tree gets enough nutrients, right? So I think it starts from the family. If your dad and mom raise you the way they want you to be godly, start from loving you, like providing love, even in family. If they don't love each other, if they fight, if they um, smoke, drink, and all that kind of stuff, the kids that you raise and what they become to is what they become a family. So when they go out there and they grow, when they go out there and get married, and they're gonna apply what they see. So I would say the major problem in the black uh, marriage is the family. If you raise your kids in the beginning godly, biblically, I think when they get when they grow up and choosing a woman and they understand what to choose, the key is that we need to feed them the Bible. We need to feed them um, God word, so they can choose a better life for themselves.
Hey, I think you make a heavy point about marrying yourself to within the family that has good morals and values. Um, we see that example in the scriptures, right? Um, in the book of Tobit, get this, Tobit chapter 5 and verse 10. Um, we see that, just to give kind of a little bit of background because it's kind of a long story, but in the book of Tobit, um, there is a man who sends his son out, Tobias, out on a journey, and to find his their family members. And when he sends him out on a journey, a brother accompanies him, and not only for the purpose of the journey, but then when they get to their destination, Tobias ends up wanting to marry the daughter of the family that he finds there, and the same interaction occurs with both families because that's how much importance we placed on that. Give me that, Tobit 5 and 10.
Tobit 5 verse 10. Then Tobit said unto him, Brother, shew me of what tribe and family thou art.
All right, so he's asking him, hey, show me where you come from. What tribe and what family are you from? Come on.
To whom he said, Doest thou seek for a tribe or family, or a hired man to go with thy son?
So the response from the brother was like, hey, are you looking for family, or are you looking for somebody to just travel with your son? Read.
Then Tobit said unto him, I would know, brother, thy kindred and name.
So he said, hey, just give me who your people is. Come on.
Then he said, I am Azarias, the son of Ananias, the great, and of thy brethren.
He said, all right, so I laid it out for you. This is who I am. Come on.
Then Tobit said, Thou art welcome, brother. Be not now angry with me, because I have inquired to know thy tribe and thy family. For thou art my brother of an honest and good stock. For I know Ananias and Jonathan, sons of the great Semias, as we went together to Jerusalem to worship and offered the firstborn, the tenth of the fruit, and they were not seduced with the error of our brethren.
And talk about idolatry because Tobit was from the tribe of Naphtali, I think, right? Yes, he was from the tribe of Naphtali. Read.
My brother, thou art of a good stock.
All right, he says, my brother, thou art of a good stock. So he said, hey, I know your family. I'm familiar with your people. So you are from a good stock. I can trust now that you can go on this journey with my son. Now, when they get to their destination, let's read chapter 7 and verse 3.
Chapter 7, verse 3. And Regel asked them, From whence are ye,
The
brethren?
same, the same, the same question that Tobit asked the brother, the same question gets asked to Tobias, his son, and the man he's traveling with. Come on.
To whom they said, We are of the sons of Netalem, which are captive in Nineveh.
Which are captives of Nineveh. Come on.
Then he said to them, Do ye know Tobit our kinsman? And they said, We know him. Then said he, Is he in good health?
So they asked, hey, we know him. Is he in good health? Come on.
And they said, He is both alive and in good health. And Tobias said, He is my father.
Read.
And then Regel leaped up and kissed him and wept, and blessed him, and said unto him, Thou art the son of an honest and good man. But when he had heard that Tobit was blind, he was sorrowful and wept.
So not only did he know his father, he knew him well enough that when he found out that what had happened to him, because when you read earlier in the chapter or in the book, uh Tobit had been blinded because some birds had doodled in his eyes, right? But what the importance is that they both understood, and our people understood at this time, how important a family name was, because I'm not going to let you go nowhere with my son unless I know that you come from a good family. I'm not going to let you marry my daughter unless I know that you come from a good family. So that's a heavy point that you made, Brother Sam, about making sure that people know their family and that they come from a good stock and that they come from a good people and that they have good morals, good values. But now my question to you is, nowadays, how do we evaluate, like, what moral character should we be looking at in these families to determine whether or not um that they can have our sons or our daughters hands in marriage? I know you mentioned things like smoking and drinking, which is all right, but I want to get a little bit more specific.
Um, okay, if you ask me that question, as the key is to understand God's structure. A lot of people that uh, uh, don't really understand, especially the new generation, don't understand what the definition of love is. Let me put it that way. Love is what the society is telling us. Love is, oh, let's say, for example, my wife or my girlfriend loves me. She bought me this. She bought me a car. She take me out dinner. He take me out to dinner every week. He take me out to vacation, all that kind of stuff. That's why, that is what the society defined, or the people defined love. But it's not biblical. What God defined, what God love is God, right? If we say love is God, we need to ask ourselves, what does that mean? Love, when we say love is God is love, that means God came from his comfort zone, came down to the earth, and died for our sin. Love is action. Love is something that we need to demonstrate. We need to show. We need to act. It's not something that what the society is telling us. So God came in his comfort zone, right? His kingdom. He left his kingdom. He came down to the earth for our sin. Not for him. He's not getting any benefit, for ourselves. And he died for our sin. The purpose of every one of us is to live for other people.
Well, Sam, hold on. I think you're kind of getting away from the question that was asked, right?
Yeah.
Because I was asking, how do we evaluate people for marriage nowadays? Like, what basis should we use to evaluate whether or not our sons and daughters are capable of being with somebody else's sons and daughters? That was the question. You kind of went into a whole Christianity thing.
I understand, but the thing is that I think is that we need to um, uh,
You put yourself on mute, Sam. I don't know if you meant to do that, but you put yourself on mute there, bud. Sam, can you unmute, sir? Hold on, I'm getting a phone call, y'all. Hey, what do y'all hold it down for a second? I'm getting a phone call.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Sam, can you hear? Hit that microphone button in the lower right hand corner. That's the lower right hand corner. You see an icon of a microphone. Hit that so we can hear you, because you went on mute when you were about to speak and no one heard you. Is anybody else there? Just to make sure.
Yes, sir.
I might be in. Oh, okay, so I'm not in a dead zone. kind of cut off there when you said yes, sir.
No,
Get
that
your
was my
Baptist
finger.
back.
Quick with it.
Okay, all praise, all praise. I'm gonna see if we can get back Sam here. Sam, you still there? I'm gonna assume that you can still hear, but you might have muted your microphone. Give it a little time till I hear your voice. Looking for Sam. Looking for Sam. Sam, I am. Green eggs and turkey. I ain't gonna say that nasty, disgusting ham. Sam, I am. Where are I say? Well, I'm gonna keep it going. I can't hear from Sam. I got a response from somebody on the panel, so my microphone's working. I'm not in a dead zone. YP, you still hear me?
Yes, sir.
All right, all praise, all praise. Let's see who we have next. Let's invite some people here. All right, I said Green here. Brill. Am I saying that right? Brell?
I
Yes,
think you
sir.
skipped me, sir.
Well, who's Ashanti?
Yes, sir.
Okay, sorry about that, Ashanti. My fault. Please forgive me. Don't beat me up. All
No,
right.
you're fine. Shalom, sir. Most high in Christ bless. How you been?
All right, dear ma'am. How you doing?
I am
Most
doing
High in
well,
Christ
sir. It's good
bless.
to hear your voice.
All praises, all praises.
All right. So
So,
I
what do
had a
you think? How do we? Go ahead. Go ahead.
well, in regards to the topic, currently my marriage is not the greatest, so I don't really have much on how to fix black marriages in 2025. Um, However, I do have a question in regards to the four chapters that we're reading right now. Is that okay?
In regards to the 4 chapters that we're reading a day.
Yeah, Second Esdras chapter 7, verse 27 through 30. I had a question about that.
Okay. I'll answer the question, but do you have any comment? Let's do the first things first, because our first thing we have to prioritize the discussion at hand.
How are you?
Who is that?
मेरी जिंदगी कहाँ
Who is that speaking? Caleb, you there?
He left, sir.
He gone. He gone. Hey,
Okay.
Sister Shanti, we'll come back to your question, okay? We trying to deal with the topic right now. We appreciate you, but we'll just hold on, okay?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you, Sis
Oh,
Brielle.
you back, man? Okay.
Yeah. It was a quick
Okay.
one. Hey, Sis Brielle, what you got on the topic, sis?
Yes, yes. Shalom, brothers. My apologies. I'm kind of nervous. I'm trying to get my words together.
Don't sweat
It,
it, sis. Don't sweat it.
I truly believe that how marriages can get back on track. Simple. Women submit to the man and follow the order that the Most High ordained in from the beginning, like written in Genesis. I feel as though that if black women were to go back in their place of submitting, keeping their mouth shut, doing their duties as a mother and as a wife, the men would see that they're worth fighting for and protecting, and hence would make the family structure even stronger. There would be no need for welfare or to deal with these government assistance and this other crap that they set in place for our people to mislead the women and black families and destroying our families. It would be no need for that. We would have strong families. We would have women submitting to the men, working together to provide for the household. Women would be at home with the children, and if they work,
Of course, they probably make enough to get babysitters for them to go back to work and for the men to work. And it would just be more unification there. It would be more protection for the children. Don't have to trust no weird strangers to watch your kids. Stuff of that nature. I hope I made sense. I'm trying to make sense of it.
Nah, sis, you did well for being nervous. All praises. All praises. Good job. Yeah, yeah. I mean that's right on point. That's right on point. Submission is key. You know, we can't have disorderly marriages if the sisters ain't trying to let the Lord's lead in the marriages, you know. Nobody wants to go to war for a loudmouth sister. Like, I don't know if any of y'all was on. I mean, I'm sure most of y'all was on last night. There was a sister that was horrible. She was. Oh, she wouldn't shut up. And these sisters like that, man, they gonna run away every man that they come near. And then when the time comes, they gonna be upset. They gonna be upset when they can't find a man to protect them. They are gonna be hard up for somebody to come and rescue them. They gonna be damsels in distress with no savior because they gonna have loud ass mouths running away to men. Where is that? Is Isaiah 3?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Get Isaiah chapter 3 and verse 1.
Isaiah 3 verse 1. For behold, the Lord of hosts, doth take away from Jerusalem and from Judah the stay and the staff, the whole stay of bread and the whole stay of water,
Mm-hmm.
the mighty man and the man of war, the judge and the prophet, and the prudent, and the ancient, the captain of 50, and the honorable man, and the counselor, and the cunning artificer, and the eloquent orator. And I will give children to be their princes, and babes shall rule over them.
Right. So the men are going to be taken away from our communities, and the men are going to rule over them. But eventually, get Isaiah chapter 32 and verse 2. Get Isaiah chapter 32 and verse 2. They eventually they're going to be sought after, like like some cover. Like, get undercover, quick, help me. They're gonna be damsels in distress all over the place. And if you ain't got a man in that time, sis is gonna be SOL. Y'all know what that stands for. Read.
Isaiah 32 verse 2.
Mm-hmm.
And a man shall be as an hiding place from the wind.
So it said they gonna run the men like a hiding place from the wind. It's hard to get away from the wind, but guess what? If you can get away, that's some relief. And those of y'all that been in like near mountains or stuff like that, like the winds can get crazy, you know. Or if you ever been inside of a sandstorm, them winds ain't no joke. You want to hide a place during that time. You want to get inside some cover. You got to get inside some cover, right? But these sisters don't recognize that they not going to be that cover from the wind. They don't say a woman was going to be that. It said a man was going to be that. Come on.
And a covered from the tempest,
Uh-huh.
as the rivers of water in a dry place, as the shadow of a great rock in a weary land.
So imagine you traveling through the desert looking for some sun, or I mean some shade. Then you see a big old rock. You going to run to that rock. You going to get up under that rock quickly. But these sisters don't see that now because they comfortable. They getting all the benefits that Babylon allows them to receive. And they not getting jacked up for their lack of protection here. But guess what? Eventually, it's going to get so bad that sisters are going to want to join up with the man just to get protection. And then a lot of these loudmouth women, most of these loudmouth women, they're going to be like, nah, I can't help you, sis. Yeah, you too much to deal with. Your mouth too big. Stay over there where you was at. What happened to all that mouth you had beforehand? Now, oh, you singing a different tune, right? You can't try and switch it up on me. I remember you. I seen you coming. So, hey, these sisters need to get it right or get left.
You're right about that, man. Hey, Shalom. If I may, I just want to make one quote.
Go ahead.
a very famous man. He passed away, Kevin Samuel. He said, and he said this multiple times. He said, feminism did to breaking the black family what racism, white supremacy, mass incarceration, lynching, and Jim Crow laws could not do. Feminism did that. That's
That's
all.
a heavy point. That's a heavy point. That shows you that as soon as when we were struggling together, we was all good. It was all good together. But as soon as the our enemies try to convince our women that they are better than us, that they deserve better than us, that or actually that they equal to us, but now they're trying to make it better. It's a slow progression. Okay, you need to be equal to your man. You need to have what he has. You need to earn money like he's earning money. You need to get educated like he's getting educated. You need to be out doing these hardcore jobs, these factory jobs. You need to be policemen. There are still some industries that women really ain't tapped into because they can't physically, like, your firefighters, you really don't see a whole lot of women, right? You don't see if I see a woman coming in to move my house stuff, she ain't picking up my couch. She ain't picking up my bed, my dresses. So hey, these sisters need to understand that they it's okay for them to be in the role that God ordained. It's all right. They can stay there, right where God made them to be. You don't need to come about that's outside that divine role, the divine femininity. Somebody else had something to say. I thought I heard something.
Hey, it's good. It's heavy. You said that. Get Second Ezra 15 because the sisters talk big now. Because a lot of the sisters, I'm not talking about you humble and meek sisters that's submitting to the word of God. I'm talking about these rebellious sisters. And I just really did a class and I was touching on it. Um, they talk big and bad. It's like how you got that high school bully and they got the little friend that jump on their back while they talking smack. That's what sisters are right now because they got Esau protecting them and society and they think that this nation is gonna last forever, but they don't realize that it's crumbling. And when reality hits, then it's like, okay, damn, what I'm gonna do? Because they let society trick them, into thinking, I am she woman. Let me hear me roar. All this other stuff. They watching all these sisters on these Marvel movies flip these 100, 225 pound men around, and these sisters are like a buck 25 because they supposed to have some type of superpowers. All right, you keep playing if you want to. Read that Second Ezra chapter 15. Where I want to start. Start at 10.
Second Ezra 15 verse 10.
Yeah.
Behold, my people is led as a flock to the slaughter. I will not suffer them now to dwell in the land of Egypt,
Uh
but I
huh.
will bring them with a mighty hand and a stretched out arm, and smite Egypt with plagues, as before, and will destroy all the land thereof.
So you see verse 11, it says, and he will stretch out his hand against Egypt and smite it with a plague as before, meaning this Egypt ain't talking about the first Egypt that God smote with the 10 plagues. This is not talking about the same Egypt. How we know that? Get Revelation chapter 11, read verse 8. Revelation chapter 11 and verse 8. This is talking about the same Egypt he spoke to Isaiah about when he says, I will set the Egyptian against the Egyptian, or Egypt against Egypt. Let's talk about this Egypt. Read that.
Revelations 11 verse 8. And their dead bodies shall lie in the street of the great city, which spiritually is called Sodom and Egypt.
So in Revelations, John prophesied about a spiritual Egypt that was also called a great city. What is the greatest city on the planet today? America. Babylon. That's the city it's talking about. Go back to Second Ezra,
Second Ezra
uh,
15,
read verse 12.
15 verse 12. Egypt shall mourn, and the foundation of it shall be smitten with the plague and punishment that God shall bring upon it.
Uh-huh.
They that till the ground shall mourn, for their seed shall fail through the blasting and hail, and with the fearful constellation. Woe to the world, and them that dwell therein.
Read verse 15. Watch this. So this is the plague that God said he's going to smite this spiritual Egypt that is also called the great city with. Read.
For the sword and their destruction draweth nigh,
Hmm.
and one people shall stand up to fight against another, and swords in their hands.
And we witness that today. We see the conflict in Gaza, right? We've heard about the war against Ukraine and Russia, right? You seen just as of recently how you had the U.S. bomb Iran, right? All these things are setting up for World War III. Everything to be prophesied, everything to be fulfilled that was prophesied in the Bible, in the scriptures. And it's gonna get worse. Y'all think that America is gonna protect you here. It's not gonna happen. That war is gonna come here. That's what we're reading. Read on.
For there shall be sedition among men, and
Uh-huh.
invading one another. They shall not regard their king nor princes, and the course of their actions shall stand in their power.
So the kings and princes that they're not gonna regard as your governors, your senators now. They locking city officials out of the government buildings. These new ICE protocols. You understand? Just like that big bill that just got approved I think it was last week Thursday. They just approved that bill. Every single thing that Donald Trump wanted to implement here in this Make America Great plan again is being implemented. You understand? That's why your black colleges are being defunded. The school system, they didn't approve the new public elementary schools and middle and high are not being uh, granted the funding that they already requested from the government. They said that we're not paying for that. We're not paying for your black education. You understand? This is the estate that this place is going in. Read.
A man shall desire to go into a city, and shall not be able. For
Hmm.
because of their pride, the city shall be troubled. The
Watch
houses
this.
shall,
Verse 19. This is
verse,
the point.
verse 19. A man shall have no pity upon his neighbor, but shall destroy their houses with the sword, and spoil their goods.
So what that is,
Because
that's home invasion. That's breaking and entering. Eventually when society begins to fall, what's going, your police that police your communities, that's going to fall. Your firefighters that fight off fires, your medical departments, talk about your hospitals. When society falls, all those things go with it. In that day, that's what madman's talk about. In that day, women are going to be looking for those men that are covering from the wind. Read it again.
a man shall have no pity upon his neighbor, but shall destroy their houses with the sword, and
Hmm.
spoil their goods, because of the lack of bread, and for great tribulation.
There you go. So eventually it's going to come to a point where there's not going to be food. It's going to be a famine. It's going to be a lack of bread. And people are going to begin to riot, breaking and entering, home invasions. Why? All for resources, for goods. And in that day, that's when a man is going to be like fine gold. So that's 100%, man. I mute my mic. Go ahead.
Hey, I hope
Hey,
y'all understand. Go ahead, Jeshurun.
okay. Yeah, YP, let me get thanks, Dan, for bringing it out. Made me think of it's in Second Ezra. Go to the next chapters, chapter 16. We're gonna go from 22 to 40. Because from 22 to 4 is speaking specifically to the women. To the women. And we're going to prove that. Start
Second
at
Ezra
verse 22.
16 and verse 22. For many of
Go
them that
ahead.
dwell upon earth shall perish of famine, and the other that escape the hunger shall the sword destroy.
Right.
Yeah, I have
Hold
some
your mic.
question. Yeah, I
Hold your
have some
mic.
question. Why is this
Nah, hold
racism?
on, hold on, hold on, hold on. You gotta
You can
go mute.
ask your question after we're done, Hiran, or whatever your name is.
All right, YP, read 22 again.
For many of them that dwell upon earth shall perish of famine, and the other that escape the hunger shall the sword destroy.
Because the men go through here, a lot of them are going to die from the hunger, and then the sword will get the rest. Go on.
Yeah,
And the dead
yeah,
shall be cast
whatever.
out as dung, and there
Yeah,
shall be no man to
Hold on,
comfort
hold
them.
on. Let's get Haran off the stage here. I'm trying to bring this out, and
yeah,
somebody's going to
whatever.
interrupt. No, this is very important.
Hey, Haran, if you come off mute again, you getting booted. Just wait. That's all you got to do is wait. It's not that hard not to put your finger on the mute button. Just wait your turn.
All right, YP, read 22 again, since we were rudely interrupted. This is the word
Verse,
of God.
verse
Remember,
22.
this is talking to the women.
For many of them that dwell upon earth shall perish of famine, and the other that escape the hunger shall the sword destroy, and the dead
So it's
shall
talking
be
about the men dying from the famine, and those that don't die from the famine, the sword will get a lot of them. Go on.
and the dead shall be cast out as dung, and there shall be no man to comfort them.
Stop.
For
There shall be no man to cover them. Who's the them? The women. Go on.
for the earth shall be wasted, and the cities shall be cast down. There shall be no man left to till the earth, and to
There
sow
shall
it.
be no man to till the earth. The women ain't getting out there to till that earth. Yeah, you might see some bushes get out there, some lesbians that look like, some wide backs, but it's only, you can count them on one hand. The majority of women will not get out there and till the earth. That's why it's saying no man to till the earth. Just meaning no food coming in. Go on.
The trees shall give fruit, and who shall gather them? The grapes shall ripen, and who shall tread them? For all places shall be desolate of men,
So all places shall be desolate of men. Who is this talking to? The women. Go on.
so that one man shall desire to see another, and to hear his voice. For
For
of a
one man will desire, yeah, because you'll see two men, say two Israelites. Let's just say, for example, it'll be so few men, and I'll see a brother that's in this truth, and we'll say, praise the most high God of Israel. Because we're not seeing each other, we're not seeing a whole lot of men. There will be very few, but it'll be a whole bunch of women, and they gonna wish they had a man now. And there's gonna be men there that they wish weren't around. It's gonna say that. Go on.
for of a city there shall be 10 left, and 2 of the field, which shall hide themselves in the thick groves and in the cliffs of the rocks. As
Right? They will hide themselves in the groves. Why? Because when it's dire straits like this, men tend to band together in groups and herds and go marauding. A marauding band of men and women. You don't. You're going to wish for a good man, a man who keeps these commandments when you see marauding bands of men who keep no commandments, who are out there resources, just like the brother brought out in 2nd Ezra chapter 15, because they're going to be going house to house, they're going to take what they need. They ain't going to ask nothing. Go on.
As an orchard of olives upon every tree, there are left 3 or 4 olives. Or as when a vineyard is gathered, there are left some clusters of them that diligently seek through the vineyard. Even
So
so,
go on.
even so, in those days there shall be 3 or 4 left by them that search their houses with the sword.
That see, there's gonna be some men left, but these men ain't keeping the commandments. These men, they gonna be searching the houses with the sword. They just gonna be taking whatever. They gonna be taking resources. They gonna be taking water. They gonna be taking women. Go on.
And the earth shall be laid waste, and the fields thereof shall wax old, and her ways and all her paths shall grow full of thorns, because no man shall travel therethrough.
No man shall travel there through. Very few men. Go on. And notice it keeps saying that over and over. There'll be no man to do this. There'll be no man to harvest food. There'll be no man to till the ground. There'll be no man for protection. There'll be no man, no man, no man. He's emphasizing that. Who is he emphasizing it to? To the women. Go on.
The virgin shall mourn, having no bridegrooms. The woman shall mourn, having no husbands. Their
Why?
daughters,
See, now that's talking plainly. Now it's talking to the women. You're going to be crying in these days. You're going to be wishing, you're going to be praying to God, please, Lord, send me a good man that keeps the commandments and the faith in Christ. Because the men that they do see is marauding bands and they go in with the sword to take resources and water and whatever they want to have their way. Go on.
their daughters shall mourn, having no helpers. In the wars shall their bridegrooms be destroyed, and their husbands shall perish of famine. Hear
And
now
their
the
husbands shall perish of famine. It's talking to the women. Go on.
hear now these things, and understand them, ye servants of the Lord.
Right. Hear now these things, these servants of the Lord. So it's talking to the good man and it's talking to the women mostly. Go on.
Behold, the word of the Lord, receive it. Believe not the God of whom the Lord spake.
All
Behold,
right. What verse are you at? What verse are
verse
you at?
37.
Okay. Tell me when you get to 40. Go on.
Verse 37. Behold, the plagues draw nigh, and are not slack, as when a woman with child in the 9th month bringeth forth her son. Within
Right.
two
You're seeing the plagues now. You're seeing all the white farmers out here in the United States of Babylon the Great. They have nobody to pick the food. This is harvest time right now. They have nobody to pick the food, y'all. And they've been trying to get Judah out there, North American black man, so called North American black man. They've been trying to get Judah out there. Judah ain't going. And they taking away Issachar and all the other northern tribes. Going away. Go on.
within 2 or 3 hours of her birth, great pains compass her womb, which pains when the child cometh forth. They slack not a moment. Even even so shall not the plagues be slack to come upon the earth, and the world shall
Right.
mourn.
Right, and the world shall mourn. You're just seeing it starting up. It has not gotten to full force. But you will, I guarantee you, by the end of this summer, you're going to see a lot more than what you're seeing right now. You think it's bad now. Wait till the end of this summer. Keep going.
And sorrow shall come upon it on every side. Verse 40. O my people, hear my word. Make you ready to the battle, and in those evils be even as pilgrims upon the earth.
Meaning, get ready to move from city to city. And I'm sorry, my sisters, a whole bunch of women getting ready to move by yourself and no man in sight, or should I say, very few men, that is not a good picture. at all. That's a nightmare. That's one of those apocalyptic movies, except it's for real and it's getting ready to happen sooner than you think. We're seeing the beginnings of it right now. So, ladies, now go to Isaiah 32, verse 2.
Isaiah 32 verse 2. And a
Uh-huh.
man shall be as an hiding place from the wind, and a covert
All
from
right.
the tempest,
Go ahead. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
as rivers of water in a dry place, as the shadow of a great rock in a weary land.
Oh, praise. Now women are starting to see. You see video after video after video. Where are the men at? Where are the men at? Everywhere. In all the black and brown podcasters. You seeing them? The brown one saying, "Where's Judah at? Where's Judah?" They're saying, "Where's the North American black man? Why aren't they protesting? We need some men out here." The other black women are saying, "Where are the men at? Where are the men at?" They're starting to see the value of a man now. And God is making a global reset because he had to. This is the way he has to do it, because otherwise our sisters won't see the value of us. They remember, they just a little while ago they thought we was all stupid and that we need help. No, we know exactly what we're doing. God made us this way. We're not stupid. We just know what's happening. And now now the men of the Lord are bringing these scriptures out, letting you know you're about to wake up. Finally. Finally. I mean, these are good times. The fact that you're about to wake up, because before you were delusional. Your money means nothing. Your education means nothing. None of that means anything. The greatest wisdom, give me Ecclesiastes chapter 9, verse 16 and verse 18. Isn't that I may know karate and whatnot? No. The greatest strength that a righteous brother has is this.
Ecclesiastes 9 verse 16. Then said I, wisdom is better than strength.
Wisdom is
Nevertheless,
better than what?
wisdom is better than strength.
Uh-huh. Go
Nevertheless,
on.
nevertheless, the poor man's wisdom is despised, and his words are not heard.
Right. The poor man are the righteous brothers that keep the commandments and the faith in Christ. His was despised just not too long ago. We were thought as stupid. We were talked to as stupid. We were talked to like we're not even SH. Everything that was said about the black man was always bad, or we need to level up, or we need to step up when the brothers that changed their life is right in front of them. But that ain't enough. Go to verse 18.
Verse 18. Wisdom is better than weapons of war, but one sinner.
Wisdom is better. These laws, statutes, and commandments are better than weapons of war. I'll give you an example. Because if you align women, if you align yourself with a brother that keeps these laws, statutes, and commandments, he'll know not to go into a grocery store, even though it might have a little food left on the Sabbath
Nah,
day, because
nah.
then
You wrong. You wrong. You wrong.
see, get this dude off. He's not interested in anything. Get this dude off.
Go ahead, Just Ron. Go ahead. I got you.
All right, all right. The brother that keeps these laws, statutes, commandments, and ordinances will know not to go anywhere on the Sabbath day. No, no, to get any kind of supplies on the Sabbath day, because the Lord might have planned another sale, like a terrorist sale, come in there and just light everybody up on the Sabbath day, because that's what we see a lot. If you line sisters, it's time to get with these brothers that are with the Lord Jesus Christ and keeping his commandments. That's what's up. That's what's important. That's what should be the criteria. With that, anybody else?
Hey, it's it's heavy that you said that too, because one of the ways you know that these sisters is screwed, if they ain't got no man, is when they need somebody to open the jar of pickles, they looking for a brother real quick, right? And that's something simple. There was even, I don't know if you seen the little video. It was on a college campus. It was this lesbian couple, and one of them was a stud. She tried to set up the other one on top of this, like on top of this little statue or whatever the case is. She couldn't do it. She couldn't lift her
Oh
little
wow.
girlfriend up. And the girl wasn't, it wasn't like the girl was fat. The girl wasn't, the girl was, you know, she was regular size. She wasn't big at all. She couldn't do it. She tried to lift her up. She couldn't do it. She couldn't do it. So if women not, and that just goes to show the difference between men and women, because then she called over a boy, a young Judite. He came over, lifted it up easy. All right, here you go. Boop. There you go. There it is. That just shows you the inherent difference between men and women. And in that day, they gonna be shook. It's gonna be no 911. It's gonna be no fire. It's gonna be nobody to come save them. Hey, and these sisters nowadays too, the ones that pretend that they have a type. Oh, he's not tall enough. He don't make enough. His muscles ain't big enough. I need this type of man. I need that type of man. Hey, look, in that day, you gon' look for anybody. His teeth gonna be crooked. His back might be crooked. He might have a hump in his back. He might look like Quasimodo. You gonna be like, that's a man. He know how to survive. I'm dealing with him. I'm dealing with him. I need that because look, it's getting shaky out here, and I can't be out here. I look at an ugly man in the face if I gotta survive. That's what they're gonna be thinking. That's exactly what they're gonna be thinking. So these sisters better get it right before that day come.
Shalom, Judge. Most High in Christ bless.
I ain't got no type.
Ah, dang. That's exactly yes, sir. That's exactly what's gonna happen.
Got
Yeah,
Uzziah's picture up there. Yeah.
that's me, bro. The hell?
That's you.
Come on, Jeshurun. Why would I have another man picture as my
You
picture?
had it yesterday. You said copy and paste.
Yes, the I copied and pasted the script to get my picture turned into this AI picture, not somebody else's picture to be turned into that. Come on, Jeshurun.
Okay.
Come
Okay.
on,
What is
come
this
on.
pic? What is this?
You the,
What is this
you the,
picture? Okay. I see it. I see it.
you the
Yeah.
Israelite Santa Claus, man. Somebody help this man out, man. I need you to be his counselor.
Israelite Santa Claus, huh? Dang.
Okay.
He the real Saint Nick.
Real say, yeah, Jim, Braille. We were talking to Braille. What do you think about the subject there, Braille? How do we
Hey,
fix the
LeGrand,
black marriage?
LeGrand in here. I didn't think LeGrand still came in this room. That's
Who?
amazing. LeGrand.
That's your friend. He came
Oh,
just for you, Judge.
Yeah, it's weird. I never understand it. One thing I realize is that people don't abide by the Bible. The scripture says heretics, you gotta leave them alone. They don't follow. They don't listen. You say we heretics. We teach the Bible wrong. All right, well, leave us alone.
Right. Hey,
But whatever.
you don't read about that in the scriptures about, any of the disciples of Christ like going around and following people they disagree with. Like, hey, I vehemently disagree with the doctrine, so let me follow you everywhere. Let me try and
Right.
make different. Let me put on different masks. Like I'm a dress up like one thing today, and then so you don't recognize me, I'm gonna dress up as something else. That's what these people do when they make all these different profiles to try and come in the room. They just change clothes and come into the room as a
The only
different.
thing you see is them dealing with the other Israelite leaders about the doctrine, right? Yeah, they go to the synagogue and talk to the leaders, right? You know what I'm saying? They mean the people that was in their church, that was a part of their system, you know. So they would go and talk to them about doctrine. So it would be like a Christian conference, and they would be like, well, you know, you remember when Creflo Dollar changed his mindset on tithing? I don't know if y'all remember that.
Nah,
Yeah. Well, he came out and said that he was wrong about tithing.
Say it again. Say it again, Joe.
Can y'all hear me? Sometimes this headset is weird. Y'all can hear me good?
yeah, he had some
I can
mistletoe in
hear
his
you good. I can
ears.
hear you
Jeshurun has some mistletoe in his ears. He good
good.
now.
No, I
Okay.
had no
Well, yeah. Well,
mistletoe in my
Creflo, I think a
ear.
year or two
I had to
ago.
turn up my headset.
So a year or two ago, Creflo Dollar said that he was wrong about tithing, right? And you know, he had a lot of pastors that was kind of upset with him. You know what I'm saying? And got up, you know, mad with him about the whole deal. But he came out and said it. Now, in the scriptures, he would have went to like one of their conferences, Christian conference or whatnot, and they would have been talking about it. You know, that's where they did that kind of stuff. You know, but in the scriptures, you don't read about that. You know, you don't read about that. You really you don't see you now you see the scribes and the Pharisees chasing Jesus and them around trying to come against them, but you don't see Christ, you know, doing that. You don't see the apostles doing that. It's just something you just don't see. So, you know, I don't know. I don't understand it myself. I don't know why LeGrant was saying let him up. He was already up here.
Hold on. Can you hear me? Can y'all hear me?
Brand?
Yeah, just Ryan, you can deal with LeGrant. This will be interesting.
No, that's all right. All right. You already told me all I need to know.
Oh, I had my Bluetooth on. I had to turn my Bluetooth off so y'all can hear me.
He said he
This
wanted
LeGrand.
to.
I can hear
Huh?
you. I can hear you.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
How
LeGrant,
you
where
Yeah,
you
doing?
at, man?
Shalom,
You
I
Most
was
High in
looking at
Christ
your.
bless.
yeah, y'all,
I
you
was,
haters, man. You don't like us, man. Why you keep coming in here, man? You don't
y'all
like
my
us.
brothers. Y'all my brothers, my lost sheep of the house of Israel. I got to come and
But you
I
know,
got to come and bring the message that Jesus
you
and
speak
Paul took to the
you
Jews
speak
back in the
evil.
day.
You speak evil of us.
Yeah, because y'all doing evil. Like a father would always
Hey,
chastise
what
his
you think
rebellious
about
children.
what you think about that pastor in Nashville of Triumph Church? He was having sex. He was paying a man to come and have sex with him. Why they do that in the Christian church? Like what's that all about? Like, you know,
So
I've
they
been
do
doing
that.
some
They do
research.
that everywhere. You can find the same behavior
No
amongst
sir.
Black Hebrew Israelites. Yeah,
No. I've been doing research, and I've been
human
seeing
beings
it's
are
a
human
lot
beings.
in the
Human
Christian
beings are
church
human
though.
beings.
I
It's
mean,
not restricted to
now hold
Christian
on.
churches. It's
Now,
restrict.
LeGrand, LeGrand.
Evil
If
is.
you type in the internet right now, if you type in Black Hebrew Israelite arrested, you're probably gonna find Yahweh Ben Yahweh
You're
from
gonna find just as many Black
Matthew.
Hebrew Israelites arrested as Christians.
I guarantee you won't.
It's a big old
It's
lie.
not even close. It's not even close.
You're gonna find
That's
evil
the
people
biggest
in
lie.
Iran. You're gonna find evil people in Israel. You're gonna find evil people in America, in
LeGrand,
Europe.
we gonna have an honest conversation, or you gonna lie? If you gonna lie, I'm just gonna kick you. Like, are we gonna have an honest conversation?
Honest is
Cause
not
you can't
restricted
tell me, you can't
to your
tell me. No,
opinion.
this about facts. Now, if you Google right now, Black Hebrew Israelite arrested, I'm gonna tell you what you're gonna find. you're gonna find the story about Yahweh ben Yahweh that happened like maybe 20, 30 years ago. You're gonna find that
Well,
story. You may find, hold on, let me finish talking. Let me finish talking.
give me some statistics, not your
You're probably
opinion.
gonna find this is not opinion. I'm not giving you my
That's all
opinion.
opinion. I don't hear no statistics.
I'm
That's
telling you
opinion.
what you're gonna find.
You telling me your opinion.
This is not my opinion of what you're gonna find on Google.
It's not based upon factual research.
All right, I'm done. That's why we can't do it. Man. Put him on the block list, y'all. Can't do it. Go ahead and
I
block
deal
him.
with facts.
Yeah.
Uh, uh, uh.
LeGrand, they got one of your Christians. Who kicked him? Did everybody block him yet?
Dang, that's my bad. Fat fingers. I blocked him and I was moving too fast.
Make sure we put him on the block list. Who was that doing the that was acting crazy? Did we block him too?
CR7.
Did we block him?
He left the room. I didn't get a chance to.
All right, what about now? I sound better? That headset.
Yeah, you sound a million times better. Yes, sir.
All right, yeah. But like I was saying, I don't know. He said we speaking on my opinion. How is my opinion? Is me telling him to Google something? But what is that? What's up with that? With Christian pastors always involved in some type of sex scandal? It's got to be something. At some point, they have to come out and say that it's something about Christianity that entices people like that. At some point, you got to say that. We have to say that it's some kind of is it a gay gene or a freak of the week gene? Like it got to be. It's something.
Age, I think it's like, you know how an addict wants to get progressively worse? Well, it's kind of like that. They want to add sin to sin. It doesn't stay at the same level. It increases with wickedness. That's what's going on. Christianity is the biggest drug that I know.
Well, why does it attract sexual deviance? Because it's like,
They
you
want
know,
to.
I do what he said. I agree with that. There are that many people, no matter race or gender, participate in, you know, weird sexual sins. I don't disagree with that. But then when we look at Christianity and the leadership of Christianity, you see that a lot of them engage in stuff like this, and I just wonder what and what is it that's calling them into this type of lifestyle? Like, is it once you become a Christian pastor, it make you want to be a freak, or does being a Christian pastor, does Christianity invite freaks? Like, which one is it? Do you
I,
become a pastor and they turn you out, or are you already turned out and you feel like that the church is a place to where you can get away with it? Like, which one is it?
I think that they already, because Esau gay to begin with. So I think that because their influence is all throughout Christianity, that now that spirit permeates through all of the rest of Christianity. So because they nasty, and they making everybody else nasty along with them. It's like catching a virus. You just pass it along to the next person and then the next person, the next person, and they just continue to just be filthy together.
I just figured it out. It's like the zombie movies.
Right.
It's like 28 days later. It's so and don't go see that movie, y'all. Do not go see 28 years later. It's the worst movie ever made
Y'all shut the fuck up.
in life.
Oh,
No.
here we go.
Or
Shut the
All right,
fuck
we gotta
up.
You
That's a
got to
Christian.
go.
You dumbass bitch.
That's
Yeah,
crazy work.
y'all got him blocked yet?
Nah, I was
Yeah,
I was on the
I
way
took him
to it.
off.
You gotta
Oh,
block
okay. We
these
want to block
fools.
him. I'll wait till she come back up. They'll come back up. Then we'll
Too
block
long.
him.
But yeah. So like I was saying, it's like a zombie movie. And like I said, don't go see 28 years later.
Wait,
You'll be
Judd,
very dis.
you hurt my feelings right now. You telling me it's bad?
It's the worst movie I ever seen in my life.
No, I want to see it. So the other two are so good.
Well, go see it then.
Oh no, I mean I trust your opinion. I'm just upset.
I went the first day. I went the first day. Me and my wife went the first day. Bro, we were sitting in there. It was like, what the hell is this? What is going on? Yeah. Worst movie I've ever seen in my life. But
Now,
go
what's this movie called?
20,
28?
28 years later. If you never seen
28.
it, you wouldn't know what we're talking about. But yeah, by far the worst movie I've ever seen in my life. But hey, feel free, go see it.
Nah, I'm upset now. I ain't gonna pay money to see it. I'll probably just
Just
wait for it to be free and to be disappointed for
yeah,
free.
yeah, just stream it. I wouldn't want to. Don't go to a theater and see it. It'll make you cry. It'd be a big waste of time.
Damn, that's so upsetting, man.
Did anybody in here saw it? Did anybody in here see it?
No, sir. I'm gonna
What's the
stream it.
first two movies?
28 days later, 28 weeks later. 28 days later and 28 weeks later was good. 28 weeks later started to get weird, but 28 days later was a good movie. But then this 28 years later, by far the worst movie I ever seen in my life.
Shalom leadership. May I ask a question now?
Sure.
I'll praise the most high. My question was about Second Esdras, chapter 7, verse 27 through 30. It mentioned Jesus dying in the last days. I just wanted a clarification.
Are we reading it or
2 Ezra 7 verse 27. And
man?
whosoever
Man, you there?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I got you.
Okay,
Your
all right.
YP?
and whosoever is delivered from the foresaid evil shall see my wonders. For my son Jesus shall be revealed with those that be with him, and they that remain shall rejoice within 400 years. After these years shall my son Christ die, and all men that have life. And the world shall be returned unto the old silence, shall be turned into the old silence 7 days, like as in the former judgments, so that no man shall remain.
All right, sis, you said verse 30, right? To verse 30.
Yes, sir.
So, what was your question about those verses?
So my question was, my sister and I, we were doing the 4 chapters and we came across the section that says, after these years shall my son Christ die. And I was like, okay, Christ is dying, but is he dying a second time or what? Why is that mentioned there?
Get
The 400 years is talking about the time from Edris uh, to Rome. It's going backwards. So it's giving you.
Oh,
Yeah, it's not talking about after. This is not after Christ already died on the cross.
all
That
praises.
years that's going into that's going into the dark ages and all that stuff. That's what that all that's all going into.
Okay. All praise to the Most High God. Thank you so much for clarification, sir.
Right. So yeah, that's what that silence is. The Dark Ages, the Middle Ages, the time when the basically when the apostles were put to death, and that's when we get Christianity as we have it today, where all the doctrines started to change. And during that period, that's when all the heresies started to come out. You know, with the Trinity. What else? What else? Uh, all the different heresies that we deal with in Christianity. So that's what
Virgin
that's talking
birth.
When
Yeah, Immaculate
Constantine
Conception.
get ready to bring the cross, all that stuff.
about. Right. And then I think in verse 31, it go into after 7 days, that's going into us starting to wake up. We're doing like dealing with this period now. But when this truth started being taught again on the earth.
All
I'm driving.
praises.
So that's
Thank you. I'll move back to the audience now.
all right. I think it's a class on it. I think Bishop really go into it.
There is.
Do you know which
There is.
class it is?
I don't know. Just type in IUIC second address, and
Second
it'll come
address.
up. You know what it's called? I think it's called. Dang, what is it called? What was the name of that class? Dang it. Just type in second address. It has a name though. It wasn't just second address 7. I can't remember it though. I know I got it downloaded, but I don't remember it. The name of it. Sorry.
Thank you.
Mr. Judd, can I make a suggestion?
Okay.
Uh, for the videos, they gotta the scriptures being used gotta be tagged in the videos. They gotta be tagged so that way when we go on YouTube we can search them easier.
All right. You in the body?
Not yet, sir.
Oh well. And
Communicating with POC.
it's a lot of getting all these videos, a lot of work going to it. The laborers are few. I mean,
When I return and get back to
it's
position,
a lot of
I'll
work,
definitely
man.
put.
It ain't like just hitting a button and then it's simple like that. A lot of work get put into this stuff. But yeah, all right, I got you. That's why we talk about brothers congregating. It's a lot of work to be done. You got brothers that work full-time jobs, got families, got wives, got kids, and then come home and then they up all night editing videos and putting them together. For y'all. And a lot of times, like we'll see Bishop getting on IT for stuff, but then we'll see people that don't even congregate getting on IT. And it's like, man, them brothers put in a lot of work. You got to think about it. People be like, man, we be at the school for a long time. IT be there hours before everybody else get there, setting all that stuff up. A lot of the times the things that go wrong is not their fault. It's just stuff happen, and I don't watched it happen. I remember when I used to edit videos. You'll be editing a video for hours, and then the file just corrupts, and then you just got to start over. Nothing you could do. It's nothing you did. The computer just said, "I don't like this." Click, and you're like, "What just happened?" Screen turned white. So it's a lot of work to get all this stuff done. That's why we need laborers. We need brothers to come in the body, sisters to come in the body. That's about doing this work. You know.
Yes, sir. Lord willing. Oh, I had a question. For the 7 days, would that be 700 years? Because I don't know.
Seven just going into completion in the scriptures.
Okay, understood.
UGO started.
All right, well, let's go ahead and shut this thing down then. Who got it? Shamir? Man?
I'll hold it down. Yes, sir.
All right. See y'all on the other side.
R.I.P. Matthew 26.
Matthew 26 and verse 6. Now when Jesus was in Bethany, at the house of Simon the leper, there came unto him a woman having an alabaster box, of very precious ointment, and poured it on his head as he sat at meat. But when the disciples saw it, they had indignation, saying, to what purpose is this waste? For this ointment might have been sold for much, and given to the poor. When Jesus understood it, he said unto them, why trouble ye the woman? For she hath wrought a good work upon me. For ye have the poor always with you, but me ye have not always. For in that she hath poured this ointment on my body, she did it for my burial. Verily I say unto you, wheresoever this gospel shall be preached in the whole world, there shall also this, that this woman have done, be told for a memorial of her.
All right, hey, and anytime we preach this glorious gospel, we give honor to this woman that gave honor to Christ before his death, burial, and resurrection. So all praise to the Most High for that. This has been Biblical Smoke. How do we fix black marriages in 2025? Y'all go ahead and go over to the new room, okay? Check us out at Upload God Laws. We're going to be over there doing the same thing for the rest of the day, all right? If this your first time in the room, please follow the moderators on stage. Also, make sure you hit us up if you want to get some more information and be edified. Email the email up top, biblicalsmoke@gmail.com. Okay. And with that, family, we're gonna give y'all a couple seconds to transition over. But with that, we say shalom.